Hello? Hello? Is anybody there? Oh, what's up, guys? So I hear there's some patch notes out there on the loose. Should be interesting. Art of Chaos. You were first, my man. Hippie Brian, almost first. That's still probably my favorite picture, man. What's up, guys? How's everybody doing out there? This is my first stream. Squirt the Squirrel. Welcome, man. I like your name. Is 550,000 close for Jamamu? 550,000 should be safe. Should be. So, how's everybody doing out there? I guess we should, guess we should start reading these patch notes, huh? Brian, I have 850,000 3-star arena currently. Nice, man. Nice, nice, nice. Very nice. Justin Thomas, $2 donation already. Wow. What do you think about the new update that's coming? I have not read the notes yet. I'm actually going to read them for the first time on stream. I'll give you guys my first impressions. I'm going to go through it all. I want to give like a couple more minutes. Let everybody stroll in here, you know. Ooh, actually, while I'm waiting, I have to move an alliance quest, so I will go ahead and do that. Brian, did you like my hood drawing? I did. I saw it. It was nice. What was I gonna say though? Yeah. So, yeah, I've been out all day. Today was, or still is, my birthday. So yeah, I was out doing birthday stuff. Where should I go? Let me take out this node just in case he doesn't come back. Actually, no. I'll take the long way around the left. Who else do we have available? What are these nodes? Let me see how bad these nodes are. Sorry, guys. I will get to the patch notes in just a minute here. All right. That's just 300 attack. All right, we could leave that. That one's 300 low, 300 health and regen. All right. Let me take out that left node. Let me go do that. We'll get to the patch notes in just a minute here, guys. Hey, Brother Brian, thank you. So yeah, I was out doing that, all that stuff. Oh wow, lots of you said happy birthday. Thank you, guys. I'll read the patch notes in like 3 minutes here, guys. Let me just go ahead and fight this node real quick. Haven't moved an alliance quest in a little bit, so I want to spend this energy real quick, even though it's 30-minute cooldowns. We'll do these 2 fights, and then I will get on with the patch note reading. Two minutes, guys. That's all I need. Happy Born Day. Thanks, man. Oh, I still gotta send a tweet over at Kabam, the old Kabam tweet, huh? Alright, let me do these fights real quick. Send a message over to Kabam. And now we'll read the patch notes. So I know of the patch coming today. When I looked on my line chat, my Alliance line chat, it was literally like, I don't know, like 500 or 600 messages on there or something like that. I cleared them out at one point, and then I looked again, and there was like another few hundred, and I was just like, what is this is crazy. Last fight here, guys. It's only Storm. Should go very quickly. I am very excited to read the patch notes, though. I want to see what everybody's been chatting about here. 1,000 plus messages of pure love to Kabam. Yeah, something tells me that's not. Something tells me that's not what those messages are. Okay, we're done. There's still nodes up. Not taking out Cyclops here. Let me go and get a tweet at Kabam here real quick. Hold up, people. Hold up. We'll get this started. We'll get this started the real way. Okay. Let me bring you guys in on it. Yeah, Twitter. Okay. Dear at Marvel Champions. I was gonna send them that picture. I was gonna send them the picture from, you know, the hippie picture version of me, right? But because there's patch notes today, guys, I gotta say something about that, right? Patch notes on me birthday. How should I word this? You so sweet. I don't even know. I don't even know. This is terrible. Anyway, P.S. I am now live. Okay, so let me explain first before we go into the patch notes that I did actually see. So first thing that happens when I wake up in the morning is I check line chat, then I check the Kabam forums, and I check Reddit. Like that's what I do every single day, right? Let me go ahead and close this out. So I was aware of this. I was aware of this post to Reddit. And I was aware of it maybe like an hour before I was leaving for birthday stuff, you know. Oh, you know what? Let me do something real quick here, guys. Actually, no, forget it. All right. So yeah, I was aware of this like an hour before my before I was leaving for family was having a little party, right? So I read this, and I guess it's everything that they were saying on this little in-game teaser here, where the Grandmaster is kind of like taking over or trying to take over. And I really thought that it was going to be so I did think that there was going to be changes before Act 5 came out, right? If you guys have been following the stream for a while, I did think that, and I have this open as well, where Kabam Mike used this word. Oh wait, you guys can't see my screen. Okay, I did have this open as well, where Kabam Mike, he used this word adjustments, and I didn't know. I said like a few days ago on the live stream, like I wasn't sure if they were talking about adjustments to champions, like balance adjustments, or if they were talking about like adjusting and reiterating on the content that they were making. But honestly, it sounded like there was going to be adjustments to champions. It sounded like there's because they would have worded it. I feel like they would have worded it a little bit differently. So I feel like this was a slight tell. This was a post where one of the MMX IV guys versus Rex Aces was asking like about updates and stuff like that. And yeah, this was Kabam Mike's response to it. Yeah, I'm trying to read what you guys are saying here, but I also want to get to these notes, so I'm not going to be responding to a whole lot right now. Let me actually get to these notes. So, yeah, I saw this, and I was actually going to make a video about all of this, right? This is why I have this stuff open still. I was going to make a video because I didn't think... Like, I saw people starting to freak out as soon as like, this information leaked, as soon as Trucos made this post. And I really, like, if you guys been following the channel for a while, I actually don't really make videos about a lot of like the data mined stuff. But this one I was gonna make a video about because it sounded like what I had been asking for, to be completely honest. I know some people are probably blaming me or something like that, like I had control over these nerfs, but I'm very excited to read these notes. Again, I still have not read the notes yet, so maybe my opinions will change when I read the notes. I don't know, but this sounds like the greatest thing ever from my perspective right now. So let's go ahead and actually get into those. So, oh yeah, so back to the video thing though. I was like making the video and stuff, and then I go and like check my Line app after I was done recording, and someone said like the patch notes are out, and I'm just like, well, there goes my whole video. So I was like, all right, scrap that. Let's let's just go through the notes together. Okay, let's go back to this. Actually, let's close this one out. Let's go back to this. Hang on, let me zoom out real quick here. Alright, it's patch note reading time, guys. Let me move my phone over here so I don't drop it while I'm reading all these. Alright. This should be interesting. Okay. Guys, actually, I should explain like the world that I'm coming from, by the way. Let me hide this for 1 second real quick here. I'm gonna pull up two different sites before I read these notes. Really quick. Okay. Give me 1 second, actually. That's not showing. That's great. Okay. So I want to show you guys two things. This is the world that I'm coming from when it comes to patch notes, and this is what gets me excited about the game. All right. These are the patch notes for a game called Dota 2. I'm sure a lot of you have heard of it. I don't currently play this game right now, but this is what their patch notes look like, guys. This is what their patch notes look like every couple of months. They adjust everything in the game, and to me, that brings excitement. So again, I don't know if I'm going to like the notes or dislike them or whatever. We'll get to that in just a second. But yeah, this goes on and on, right? All the way down, right? And I love this kind of stuff. I really respect game companies that keep their product going, that keep their game going, and don't just keep it the same. Real quick, this is MMO Champion, which is actually the inspiration behind Contest Champion. That's right, actually, even though Champion is in the game in the name Marvel Contest of Champions, I was actually basing my original thoughts on making the website off of this site, MMO Champion, where they talk about World of Warcraft's updates and stuff like that, and I absolutely love it. So to me, this is like Christmas Day. This is like literally my birthday here, getting to read these notes. So yeah, let's go through it. Let's go through it. All right, let me zoom this in a little bit so you guys can all see on screen what I'm looking at. Too much. Too much. Okay, that's good. Okay, so this is the same thing that it looks like this is the same thing. Is this the same thing that Trucos was posting? All right, changes on the horizon. Changing from percentage-based stats to flat values. Okay. All right, yeah, this is the same thing that that Trucos posted, I think, right? Why are you making these changes 2 years into the life of the game? This is something new. Actually, let me go back up here. Maybe this is a little bit different. Okay, so from the beginning of the contest, we have used percentage values to represent a champion's effectiveness when it comes to their abilities, block proficiency and armor, and when calculating factors such as critical hit chance and damage. Okay, while this worked in the beginning, over time this has caused a roadblock when it comes to continuing the development, or to develop, guys, I can't read, and add new content for years to come. Okay, so yeah, this is mostly the same. To remedy all of this, we are completely revamping champion stats and the impact they have on combat. We have converted all stats from percentage to new flat rating values. Okay, these values in turn now determine everything from critical hit chance to damage reduction. What does this mean exactly? Well, moving forward, all stats will be flat value and will change depending on the modifications they receive from attribute modifiers like synergy, masteries, debuffs, etc. Alright, so I'm not entirely sure what that means. All champions will start with a base for each of their stats. As you rank and level up that champion, those stats increase and make your champion stronger. Buffs, debuffs, synergies, and masteries will also no longer give you percentage-based increases or decreases, but will add or subtract to a flat value. Okay, I guess they used the word subtract. I was trying to figure out why I used the word subtract, but debuffs also. Okay. For example, a champion that once had 30% armor may now have an armor rating of, for example, 900. This will then change as you rank up your champion as well as factor in synergies, mastery buffs, and debuffs. Okay. Okay. I'm thinking that this is like... I'm thinking this is almost similar to a game that I was playing that was kind of also by Kabam, but they didn't make it, Realm of the Mad God, where it blocked a certain amount of damage up to a certain point based on a flat number and not a percentage number. Okay. Why are you making these changes 2 years into the life of the game? Okay, this is... I'll probably be more interested in that stuff than you guys, so I'm gonna skip over that. Additional stats. Okay, well, we're changing the two stats. You're most familiar with critical hit chance and armor to critical rating and armor rating. We are also adding new statistics to each champion that will affect their performance in battle. Armor penetration, okay, new stat that allows you to ignore a portion of your opponent's armor rating with every attack. I wonder if there's new masteries then. I wonder if you guys already know if there's new masteries or not. Critical resistance, okay. I was curious why they didn't have this game like a critical resistance stat in the masteries and the defensive masteries, but okay. A new stat that allows you to ignore a portion. Oh, it allows you to ignore a portion of your opponent's critical hit chance. No, okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Phone went off here. Block penetration, a new stat that allows you to ignore a portion of your opponent's block proficiency with every attack. Challenger rating, this is a new rating and system that affects all champions. Taking a champion with a higher challenger rating into a fight against a champion with a lower challenger rating will see your champion stats increase while they fall. Interesting. Challenge ratings are based on the rank and rarity of each champion. Okay. Alright, so far so good, right? So far so good. Sounds... probably everybody's fine with this, right? I didn't get to the actual nerfs yet. Okay, so how does this work? Core of the system. Change is in a new diminishing returns calculation. Stats that were previously percentage-based, such as critical hit chance, will be turned into a new flat value rating. The flat value rating will put you through a new formula. This will then go on to determine the champion's chance to score a critical hit during combat. Okay. Alright, so yeah, let me skip past this here because I've seen stuff like that as they're mentioning here. What about synergy and masteries? Okay, aside from the update to a flat value system, synergy and masteries will not be undergoing any major changes at this time. Okay. How will it impact champions more specifically? Okay, so I guess here we go. We're starting to get to it. Yeah, let's just skip all this stuff, right? You guys don't want to hear me read this. I'll go back and actually read that stuff later on my own. Abomination, increased chance to trigger Fury and base poison ability. Okay, that's good. Abomination was kind of crap before, right? Ant-Man, increased chance to trigger Fatigue, increased base damage for poison. Good. I was actually playing Ant-Man yesterday. I'm wondering why is this poison so low? Like, why would they do that to Ant-Man? But that's okay. That's good. Black Bolt now has armor break on all special attacks at all ranks and rarities. Okay. Still wish I had a Black Bolt. Still missing Black Bolt from when I was using the 3-star version. Black Panther, increased base critical hit chance boost on special attacks. He already had like an increased critical hit. Or critical, yeah, he already had increased critical hit on his special attacks, right? So now it must be like super critical hit. Increased base bleed damage for critical hit bleed and special 3 bleed. Holy crap, guys. If they're increasing his bleed damage... Black Panther already had pretty powerful bleed damage. Okay. Black Widow, reduce max signature ability from 100.1% to 70%. Alright, so this is the first nerf coming in, right? This is what I expected. Honestly, I didn't think it would go to 70%. I was thinking it would go a little bit higher than that. But this was expected. This was whenever I talked about two champions that I felt should be nerfed, it was always Scarlet Witch and Black Widow in my book. So this is expected. That's a good thing. It was definitely too strong. It was definitely too strong. What's interesting though is I'm trying to think if there's ways to get this over 100%. There must be ways to get it very close still, if anything. So let me go back in game real quick here. And I'm still very much so thinking about leveling up Quake. And Quake has this synergy with Black Widow. Quake and Black Widow gain 15% ability accuracy, duration, and potency. Does that work? Does that include Black Widow's passive? Does that include Black Widow's signature ability? I'm not entirely sure how that works. And I'm curious then if you have Hawkeye, because that's another 15% right there. Like, I don't know how all this stuff works. I really don't. Also Pacify, yeah. Someone's mentioning Pacify. Brian, can you do Arena after patch notes? I might do some Arena. I don't know what I'm going to do after patch notes exactly. This might take a little time here. But it's interesting. It's interesting to see what this is going to look like in game. You want a Black Widow so much and you're okay with it? Oh, absolutely. This was a change that I was asking for, honestly. I mean, I wasn't asking for this one actually. It was one of the two champions that I said were out of line, out of the God mode champions. All right. So that's expected. Doctor Strange. Now this is something that I did not expect. Honestly, as powerful as Doctor Strange is, I didn't expect any changes. So let's see what these actually are. Increased buff cycle from 7 seconds to 9 seconds. Reduced power gain over time to match new cycle. Okay. Changed lifesteal to flat health recovery for each landed attack. Alright, that does make sense. That is a bummer for suicide masteries with for Doctor Strange. Because now that, like, the way it worked with suicide masteries in Doctor Strange is, yeah, you're doing more damage, you're going to heal less because of the poison on you. But because it's percentage lifesteal, it really didn't matter having suicides with Doctor Strange. She was like almost immune to the reduced healing effects. So okay, that makes sense with their new system of going away from percentages. I'm really not a fan of percentages, so I'm really happy about that they're moving away from them. I'm not a fan of percentages, mostly just from my experiences with Diablo 3, and I don't know. I don't know if there's a way to do it well in game, but I know in Diablo 3 it led to some really bad things, and the way the scaling worked in that game was just everything just moved up dramatically in terms of damage and their life and stuff like that. So ever since playing that game, it put me off of the percentage thing. So that's cool that they're changing it to flat values. Alright, so fix special 2, nullify description to correctly state that it only nullifies one buff effect. Okay, so Doctor Strange, I guess, he's still going to have buffs active at all times, right? It's not that it's, the buffs are going to last 7 seconds, but they only update every 9, right? It sounds like it's 9 and 9, so he's still going to have buffs at all times. But the reduced power gain, how much does that matter? I mean, between 7 and 9 seconds, that is a pretty big difference. I think Doctor Strange is still going to be extremely powerful. I can still see Doctor Strange being one of the best champions. From like reading, I've only read some of these notes, but Doctor Strange still seems like a really powerful champion. Of course, I don't know what this changed lifesteal to flat recover for each landed hit looks like, though. If it's a really low amount of health, like let's say, if it's a low amount of health like Old Man Logan, then that's going to hurt Doctor Strange a lot. But if it's still like a somewhat decent chunk of health, then yeah, Doctor Strange is still going to be a very, very powerful champion. Okay, Groot. Groot now gains cruelty buffs as part of his base ability set when snapping from pacifism. Okay, so what's his new thing then? Groot's physical resistance buff has been put into his signature ability in place of the cruelty buffs. Did they just swap them? Physical resistance gained from snapping during pacifism increased. Okay, so it looks like they want him to do... No, okay, so this doesn't matter. If you have Groot Awakened, there's like no change there? Is that what I'm seeing? Yeah, Groot seems like he's untouched. Whatever. Groot's not a champion that I care for anyway, so honestly, I don't care. It would have been nice. Never mind. I was gonna say it would have been nice if they gave Groot some more damage, but honestly, then it would be annoying to play against him, right? Groot's just one of those champions that I'm never gonna be a fan of. Other than the way he looks awesome, and I love the way that his fist grows when he charges up heavy attack. Anyway, Hulk, new animation for Special 1. Okay. Should be interesting. The chance to trigger Fury now increases the lower Hulk's health is. Increased base physical resistance. Okay, so he's going to be a little bit tankier. Hulk can now trigger Fury when attacking and being struck. These two Fury effects will stack together. Okay, so a little bit of a Howard the Duck situation going on. Special attacks now have a chance to stun the opponent. The duration of the stun increases for each Fury effect Hulk has when active. Okay. Or Hulk has active. When brought below 25% health, Hulk now gains a massive Fury effect. Okay. That seems fine. My phone keeps going off here. I forgot about it. I guess we don't really know how much that's going to change for Hulk. He's definitely improved. Well, actually, we shouldn't even say that, right? Because I don't know if his signature ability is going to change. Can't really say. Like, it sounds like they're buffing Hulk, right? But I can't tell if they're buffing him or just changing him. I can't tell what it looks like. He's definitely going to be tankier. We know that, right? The question is, how much damage is he going to output? It seems like he's going to output more damage, but I don't know. Only time will tell. It's interesting that when brought below 25% health, Hulk now gains a massive Fury effect. I hope that's still... I hope you can still just use like a level 1 revive, a 20% revive. And... because it says when brought below 25%, so I'm hoping that you can just start out the fight at, already below 25% health and gain that Fury. Okay. Iron Patriot, increased signature activation health from 10 to 15% to match other Stark Tech champions. Okay, good. Good. He really needed that. Kamala Khan, increased base block efficiency across all ranks and rarities. Is that it, Kamala Khan? Kabam, come on, man. Make the level 3 Fury stackable. Okay, Magneto. Punch on Special 1 no longer causes bleed. Okay. Whatever. Magneto's another champion that I don't really use. I guess that's a little bit of a nerf to Magneto, though, huh? Interesting. That's actually very interesting. I wonder if that was just like a bug or what. Like, why would they do that? Anyway. Phoenix reduced armor break amount from 35% to 25%. Okay. Increased limit of armor break stacks to 5. What was there a limit before? I know nothing about Phoenix. Increased duration of armor breaks from 7 seconds to 10 seconds. Okay, so they last longer. Slow rate of Fury buffs gained per Phoenix for sure. I know nothing about Phoenix. Yeah. Ooh, Punisher. Ooh, we got a lot of stuff here. Okay. New animations for Special 1 and Special 2 attacks. Alright. Special 2 now causes bleed. New ability, bleed all attacks debuff. Attacking opponent that is bleeding has a percentage chance to trigger an additional bleed. Dealing... Okay. New ability, Open Wound. Special 2 and 3, passive effect. When the bleed from this attack expires, it's chance to be converted into an Open Wound. An Open Wound counts as a stack of bleed, but is passive and deals no damage. Okay. New ability, Physical Resistance. The flak jacket made by Microchip grants the Punisher stacks of resist physical at the start of the fight, each increasing resist. I don't know what this means for Punisher, to be honest. we really can't tell about Punisher, right? Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a buff to Punisher. He's no longer going to be the worst champion in the game. But it's too hard to tell exactly what this means just on paper. There's nothing here that's like game breaking that it's like, oh my god, they're doing this. But I don't know. I don't know. So yeah, let's just move on. Oh, Scarlet Witch is up next, guys. All right. I'm guessing that you guys are going to be blaming me for some Scarlet Witch nerfs. But I want to let you guys know that it's not my fault, guys. It's not my fault. All right, let's see what these actually are. There's no way it's a buff, right? It's got to be a nerf. All right, reduced base chance to trigger Veil of Fortune. Okay, expected. Reduced stun duration from 3.5 seconds to 1.5 seconds. Was this ever fair that it was 3.5 second stun? Like, can someone really argue that it was actually fair? To be honest, 1.5 second stun is actually. I thought it was going to go lower than that, to be completely honest, because this is 1.5 before the increased stun duration, so that's still actually a very long stun. Okay, reduced regeneration amount from 20% to 5%. Ooh, yeah, there it is, guys. There's the nerf. Weakness no longer stacks. Okay. Reduced amount of damage reduction from weakness from 50% to 35%. Reduced chance to trigger stun and regeneration from 13% to 5%. Ooh, okay. Reduced power lock duration from 6 to 4 seconds. Okay. Okay. That's a big change there. This is honestly this is the biggest change right here in my opinion. Reduced chance to trigger stun and regeneration, along with this regeneration too. But in my opinion, yeah, this is the big deal right here. I mean, it's all a big deal now that I'm thinking about it. Who am I kidding? Actually, yeah, she got hit pretty hard. I'm happy, guys. I'm happy about that. I know you guys are mad. I know some of you are very mad, but this is good. This is good. No longer will I have to say, when somebody asks me, oh, how do I get through this area of the game? Question 1, do you have Scarlet Witch? Do you have a 4-star Scarlet Witch? Is she awakened? No, you don't? Okay. Well, do you have a 3-star Scarlet Witch? Does this mean that you can't, like, not everybody can get through, like, Master Mode and Realm of Legends and all that stuff with 3-star Scarlet Witch? I like it. I like it. I like it a lot. Spider-Gwen. Okay, next up. Okay, so this should be a buff, right? Now switches combat mode by dashing back and holding block. Alright, so Kabam actually announced this a while ago, too. They announced this a while ago that they were going to do this. I don't think many people caught that either, but Kabam Mike did announce this change a long time ago, which I was curious why they were waiting so long on the changes, but now I could see that they just wanted to lump them in with the rest of the changes. Okay, let's see what else is here. Evasion chance on special 1 increased to 25%, increased duration to 10 seconds. Wait, it wasn't already 25%? What was it? Special 1 now grants large boost to critical hit chance. Okay. Increased amount of armor break caused during Hunter Spider mode. Okay. Trap Spider mode now triggers a weakness on the opponent when successful. Increased base critical hit chance. Okay, so it sounds like her special 1's not going to be garbage anymore, and she's going to be doing more damage. I think that's pretty much what everybody wanted out of Spider-Gwen, right? Spider-Gwen already looks awesome. I like her ability set. I like her animations. It sounds like Spider-Gwen is actually a decent champion now. That's good. That's good. Star-Lord. Signature caps out at 400 hits. Okay. I'm kind of bummed about that, to be honest. It's like it's not game changing or anything, right? Like, signature caps out at 400 hits. I saw somebody mention something about a Star-Lord nerf. This is what they were talking about? 400 hits! Like, 400 hits is a lot of damage. You're doing such a ridiculous amount of damage. The only reason that I'm slightly upset about this is I kind of like things to scale infinitely. If you can do that many hits, um, I said before I wanted there to be infinite scaling for Kamala Khan. I wanted there to be infinite scaling for other champions, as long as it took a very long time to build up that damage. So this is, I mean, whatever though. It's not. It doesn't matter. If you're doing more than 400 hits in a fight, whatever. All right, Thor. Armor break no longer stacks. Ooh, that's a big hit to Thor right there. Reduced amount of armor break applied when ability triggers. Okay. Fury from signature now trigger when a stun expires, so Thor gets the full effect of it. Thor got hit really hard, guys. Wow. That's actually a really big hit to Thor. I don't have Thor. I always wanted to try out his ridiculousness, but all right, so here's what's kind of odd about this. Like it no longer stacks, right? I don't feel like they needed to reduce the amount of armor break applied when it triggers if it's not going to stack. They might need to give Thor something else. They might need to balance him out in a better way. Because Thor, if I'm not mistaken, he's not immune to poison or anything, right? Like he doesn't really have anything. He didn't have a whole lot going for him other than the absolutely insane damage that he had. That might be too hard. That might be the first nerf that I am saying that's too much. That's too much. Scarlet Witch, I'm not sure how much that's going to be. Like there's a chance that it might have been too much for Scarlet Witch, but I don't know. But for Thor, this is probably too much. I don't know how much damage he does exactly with one armor break. I guess nobody knows because they're changing it. But this might be a little too much. They might need to do something with Thor. At least give the poor guy a PI increase. I think I've already seen that they were going to increase or like adjust PIs. That's what people were saying in like the line chat and stuff like that. Yeah, Thor might have got hit a little too hard, guys. Thor got hit by Thor, basically. Alright, Thor, Jane Foster, increased chance to trigger shock to 100%. Thank you! Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh my god, this was so annoying about Jane Foster. Honestly, I wish they would just do one more thing to this champion, and then I would absolutely, like, I would really like Jane Foster if they did one more thing. If they just changed her heavy attack animation. Her heavy attack animation is too short. Like, I don't know. Maybe they want it to be a little bit more difficult to pull off a heavy attack since you get such a benefit from using her heavy attack. But oh man, not triggering shock 100% of the time is the most annoying thing. I am so happy about that. Okay, good, 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 good. Ultron, reduce crit chance by roughly half. Okay. That is a big nerf, but it's not that big. Like, I don't know how the new numbers work. I don't know how the new numbers work because like base critical hit chance is not that big of a deal anyway. Because you're getting crit chance from masteries, you're getting crit chance from synergies. So reducing like the base crit chance is not that much. But with the new system, maybe it will be. Maybe it will be. So this change to nerf, this nerf to Ultron at this point is just like whatever. But maybe it'll be a big deal. Unstoppable Colossus. Unstoppable will now simply trigger at the end of a special attack. This is done to increase performance and prevent bugs with the Unstoppable triggers. So this is a buffed Unstoppable Colossus, right? I wonder what happens if you interrupt their special attack. No, wait, no, you can't really interrupt their special attack. Never mind. Okay. Winter Soldier. Alright, yeah, this was the other big change that I was expecting. New Special 2 animation. Special 2 now has a chance to apply 1 bleed effect. New ability, ammo stockpile, special attacks. Winter Soldier begins the fight with 1 type of ammo loaded into all his guns. Each time he launches special attack, he automatically switches to the next ammo type. Winter Soldier can also dash back and hold block for 2 seconds to manually switch ammo types. Okay, this is sounding pretty interesting. They don't tell us what the ammo types are though. So I feel like we don't know enough about Winter Soldier yet either. Okay. Oh, no, wait. Is that what these are right down here? I don't know. Whatever. Armor piercing. Winter Soldier ignores all of the opponent's armor rating. Wait, excuse me? Winter Soldier ignores all of the opponent's armor rating? Oh, no, these must be the bullets, right? Armor piercing and incendiary. Okay, alright, never mind. Winter Soldier incinerates the opponent, dealing 1 energy type over 2 seconds. This also removes perfect block chance and reduces block efficiency by 50%. Okay, my bad, guys. I was being stupid. At first I was like, what? This is just his ability? Like, all right, I'm using Winter Soldier in Labyrinth of Legends or something like that. Okay. So Winter Soldier sounds like an interesting champion. I don't know how big of a deal these two things actually are. But I like that it's different ammo types. That seems pretty cool. Okay. Hollow point. Any bleed. Oh, so there's another one here. They've got the little bullet point. Hollow point. Any bleed effect triggered during the attack has duration increased. Okay, whatever. Yellow Jacket. The laser blast on special 2 attack animation have been split into 3 separate hits. Okay. Each of the laser hits on the special 2 has a chance to trigger a power sting to match the current special 1. Yep. Special 3 now has a 100% chance to trigger a power sting that lasts for 16 seconds. That is a long duration. Okay, so a little bit of buff to Yellow Jacket. Kind of makes sense. It was always kind of strange how his level 1 special ability was so much better than his level 2, in my opinion. Okay, let's have any effect on champion's abilities. Blah, 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 blah. Don't think so. Oh, well, like we don't really know yet. Okay. How will be easing us into this transition? Wait, is that all the changes? Alright, let me keep reading here. We know that whenever a major rebalance occurs in the contest, it changes the way that you would regularly play the game. Strategies and roster changes. As do the needs of players when they expect champion. Okay. Alright, this is the ticket system they were talking about before. Which basically, if you guys haven't read this yet, apparently they're going to give us these tickets that we can rank down the champions and we can rank down champions and get all of the resources back that we used to level them up. Oh wait, what is this? Found more information on that below. Oh wait. The package you were given will differ based on number of factors, including the amount of champions that may be affected. Okay. Hero rating. Okay, so I guess I'm falling in this category, just 75,000 plus. 1,500 4-star shard crystals. Okay. Whoa. This is just a generic awakening gem? Okay. Alright, so 1,500 4-star crystals, a 3-star awakening gem, whatever. 2 of 4-star awakening gems. Science, yes please. 30 3-star signature stone crystals, 40 of the 4 stars, 10 of the 5 stars, 3 max mastery point recovery, or not max mastery, just mastery point recovery. Generic tickets. My bad, my phone's off again. Is that it? Alright, so this is the rank down stuff that they're talking about where you get all of your resources back. Blah, blah, blah. Don't really care about that. So what now? March 1st. Give players more time to be accustomed to these changes by making a few adjustments to the schedule of upcoming events. Alliance Quest will start 2 days earlier, so as not to coincide with the new patch release. This means the next round of Alliance Quest will start tomorrow, February 23rd. Okay, so it looks like these notes were supposed to go out on the 22nd. These notes were supposed to go out on the 22nd, guys. Wow. I bet Kabam was a little bit surprised to see everything blowing up then. If they hadn't planned to release this, what is the 22nd? On Wednesday. Okay. Alliance Quest and Wars will be offline for 1 week following introduction. Okay. No Alliance combat mode. Okay, blah blah blah. This all just looks like some blah 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 stuff that I don't care about a whole lot. Is that it? Is that the patch notes? That's what everybody's freaking out about? I mean, basically Thor and Scarlet Witch got hit. Well, I mean Black Widow too, but yeah, I mean. Alright, so like 3 champions. So Thor, Scarlet Witch, and Black Widow. Doctor Strange might have gotten hit. I need to see exactly what kind of health we're gonna get back. And that's it. I mean, like Doctor Strange, he got hit like a little bit here for sure, right? All of this is a little bit of a hit, but Doctor Strange is still going to be good. Thor is probably not going to be good. Read the bottom, more at the bottom. Oh, what? Oh, okay. This is the only change coming with 12.0. As the rift between the Collector and the Grandmaster starts to widen, other aspects of the contest start to twist and change shape, such as the introduction of a revamped arena system. Whoa, that includes more options for arenas to compete in. Okay, more information on this will soon be available. We have made no secret about the fact that we have plans ready until the year 2020, but that is not the end. We are continuing to plan more and more content to go far beyond that. This change will help ensure... Okay, is that everything? Okay, the clash between the Grandmaster and the Collector is just beginning, and you will play a key part. Okay. All will slowly be revealed, beginning in the first chapter of Act 5, coming just 1 week after the launch of version 12.0. Okay, so we also know Act 5 release date. Okay. Pretty pumped, guys. Pretty pumped. Honestly, I was expecting to see a lot more nerfs, not because I thought more nerfs were deserved, but just because of the amount of freak out. Okay, so let's summarize this real quick here. Let's summarize the whole thing. A whole bunch of champions are getting buffed. Like, a lot of champions are getting buffed. Some minor, some pretty substantial. Black Panther is going to be very interesting. So Black Widow got nerfed. Doctor Strange got a little bit of a nerf. Hard to say exactly how bad. It's kind of the same thing as Black Widow. I don't think either of these champions are dead at all. Time will tell when it comes to Scarlet Witch and Thor. Honestly, Thor probably got it the worst. Thor. It looks like Thor got it the worst. Scarlet Witch. I mean, they both got it the worst, right? Who am I kidding? But Thor maybe got it a little too hard. Maybe Scarlet Witch did too. Who knows? It's really hard to tell. But all in all, it looks like this is going to shake things up quite a bit. All right, so we got that out of the way. We got the character stuff. We're gonna get some freebies. Okay. Pretty psyched about the 4-star Awakening gems. Also the PI, the ratings for the champions, they're gonna change too, right? The arena system change is what everybody's been asking for, right? Act 5 is what everybody's been asking for, right? I'm pretty hyped up about it. I would have liked to see a couple of other things though. I would have liked to see a new Alliance Quest season starting. Just get us out of this Alliance Quest. Why don't we just start fresh? That'd have been nice. Hoping for a Tier 4 class Kalos Arena with this new arena system. That'd be nice. and it sounds like there's going to be a whole lot going on with the Grandmaster and the Collector. So, I mean, that's kind of cool. Um, yeah, it looks like a really good update. It looks like a really good update. Honestly, I don't know. I was expecting something a little different, but I'm pretty happy with it. Are people really that mad? Like, I know people are mad, right? I know people are very mad, but for real, they nerfed 2 champions. One was like beyond clearly overtuned, right? Scarlet Witch, just come on, man. She had to get nerfed. 500 people here just playing Brian Grant. Thor. All right, so here's my thoughts on Thor. I didn't think that Thor needed to be nerfed, to be honest. I've talked about it in the past where um, I didn't think that Thor needed to be nerfed really, because of the nodes that they have in game. Let me go back in game real quick, and I'll explain why I didn't really think that Thor needed a nerf as badly as someone like Scarlet Witch and Black Widow. We need to go to Labyrinth of Legends. Actually, we can go to Road to the Labyrinth too. Let's go to let's go to Road to the Labyrinth. What round has Safeguard? Let's just hope this one has Safeguard. I don't know. Does not have Safeguard. Okay. Well, whatever. I'm not going to go through all these, but basically, I think it's really easy to apply. I think it's really easy to apply nodes to cap the damage that a champion can do. And Thor didn't really have anything going for him other than he hit extremely hard, right? So to get around that, all they have to do is apply nodes that cap the damage that can be done. And that works for all champions. That works for Star-Lord as well. That works for whatever champion that may come in the future. And I think that's fine. I mean, maybe Safeguard wasn't the answer, but actually I will go to Labyrinth of Legends here. So if they did something like this for most of like the really hard content, you're gonna talk to me 5 more times, right? Yep, shut up. Okay. So if they did something like this for the hard content where they added which one is it? Mark of the Labyrinth. So yeah, the top node there where it says you can only do oh, my cursor's on screen still. Oh, but yeah, actually this will help me show it better. You can only do up to 50,000 damage on a single attack, right? I think that's a way to kind of keep champions like Thor on a leash, right? Like to not let them get too out of control. But then there's nodes added. I wish they would change this. This Dold node down here. I wish they would change this one. Because I feel like this was just for Scarlet Witch. And I really hate that, man. Like, it limits the amount of champions that you can use in Labyrinth of Legends. So I was hoping that we would see some kind of change to Labyrinth to take out that Dold node. I'm still hoping that maybe we'll see something like that. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. The patch looks really good. There's so many more buffs than nerfs. So we're taking out, like, do people really just want to play the same champion for like the next few years in this game? Just like, or even if you're not going to play it that long, right? You want to choose one champion over and over again? I'm excited to see what the prestige changes are like. Let me go out of here real quick. Let me see if there's any other posts, because I haven't been able to keep up with the posts either. Man, the way people were talking, I thought it was like the end of the world. Yes, we do. Okay, yeah. So I guess a lot of people are saying yes. All right, I guess I just don't want to. I don't want to do that myself. So yeah, maybe I should rephrase it. I'm happy. I know a lot of you are not happy. Happy birthday, Brian. Thanks, man. What do you think about Resonate and Electra? One debuff and should be better than my 99 550 Black Widow. I used Resonate for a period of time with Electra. It works really nicely. It's not quite as good as... I don't know if it's even as good as like as Black Widow. If you've never used Resonate before, basically it's not a guaranteed debuff on the opponent. It's a chance to trigger that debuff. So you're still rolling the dice a little bit, just to like land that debuff. And it seems like there's ways to get Black Widow to 100% if that's if that's possible. If what I'm reading is correct. Brian, did you see the part where they said they'll add customization for champs? No. Maybe I should have read this a little bit slower, guys. Hold up, let me go back in here. What do you mean customization? Or what? Let's find out, I guess. Customization. New levels, customization. Okay. Where you can tailor your favorite champions to your individual needs. Okay. Was there something else here? I don't see exactly what you're talking about. Am I the only one that likes the adjustment gift packs? I mean, they're pretty good. I guess when I look at the freebies, I don't know. I'm never expecting like too much out of the freebies, and the freebies, I don't know, they're kind of whatever for me. Like they don't need to give all this stuff, honestly. um, I'm gonna use it, right? I'm gonna use the awakening gems, but I don't know. I feel like, do we really need this stuff? All right, I gotta stop saying we, because yeah, I know you guys are gonna say yes, 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 of course. But I don't think we do. But whatever. Sure, sure. I'll awaken some champions. Contest, you might not care, but all the people that spent money to get these god tier champions are pretty much getting effed over for all the money they spent. That may be true. That may be true indeed. That's a bummer. So yeah, maybe that's why I'm not so mad, because to me, I'm just playing a game. To some people, they're spending a lot of money. So I could see that. But here's the way I look at it. The game is becoming better. The game is becoming better. I want Kabam to make the best game that they can possibly make. Changes are going to happen. The Thor nerf, I didn't see that one coming. I didn't see it coming so hard, right? I could see them like maybe nerfing Thor a little bit. I didn't think they were going to nerf it that hard. Or nerf Thor that hard. Scarlet Witch, I mean, I was calling that from a mile away. Everybody was calling that from a mile away. People were begging on the forums, please don't nerf my Scarlet Witch. People like freaking out every day. Kabam, did you nerf my Scarlet Witch? They added nodes in this game just to counter Scarlet Witch, I feel like, at least. I don't know if they've ever admitted to that, but that's what I feel like they did with Labyrinth of Legends. Oh, did I not show the screen? Did I not show the screen when I was looking at custom stuff? I only saw this for customization, where you can tailor your favorite champions to your individual needs. Oh, I read this incorrectly. So there is customization. Okay. I'm sorry, guys. I'm usually not reading this. on stream and stuff like that. Normally I sit there and I read every single word, but I felt like I had to skip over some of the more lengthy parts here to read about the updates. Should I rank 5 Girl, Thor, and Black Panther? Jane Foster, I feel like is probably still not good enough. If they changed her heavy attack animation, I swear I would love that champion, but she's probably still not good enough. A lot more fun, but probably not good enough. Black Panther, maybe. I don't know. What about the 6 stones? They will not give them back. It sounds like they're not giving them back from what I read before. Let me go back to that ticket system. When I read the Trucos version of the ticket system. You receive all Catalyst Gold and ISO 8 used to rank up most champions. So it looks like there's only a down ranking thing. I don't see anything here about signature level. Just at a glance. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong on that one. When does the update come? March 1st, it sounds like. It's kind of crazy. I mean, I'm in a way, I'm glad that the notes were reduced or were released early. But then again, if they were going to release them on the 22nd, it still would have been early enough. Yeah, just because like I was at the end of this month, I'm going to start my champion guides, my individual champion guides. So I'm glad to hear about all this stuff. I'm going to have to wait until after this update. Yeah. Justin Thomas, $2 donation. I think the update is great. Will it affect the infinite streak? It doesn't sound like it, although new arenas are coming, so don't know. Brian, read my last question, please. It's a question I need answered. Okay. Dachi, I got you. Hang on. Brian, do you think I should rank down my Venom Pool and Awaken Starlord or Rocket and rank 4, whichever I choose? Everybody should wait on the whole down ranking thing. We need more information. Definitely start considering champions to down rank, but I can't really answer any questions about down ranking yet until we see the actual update live. It sounds like we're going to have some time with these tickets here. There's a bunch. They're giving us a bunch of tickets. I don't know if it says it in here, but yeah, I'm sure we'll have time to decide. So just hold off on the whole down ranking thing. New arenas, really? Yup. Are you mad about Black Widow? No, Black Widow was one of the 2 champions that I said should be nerfed. Hey Rush, what's going on, man? Now prestige meter for tier 4 class Catalyst is going to be even higher. People recover 9 rank 5 low prestige champs and do some high prestige rank up instead. Maybe. I'm sure, I mean, it might help us out more than it's going to help them out, to be honest. Rush, it might help our alliance more than any other alliance, really, because a lot of people in our alliance have some really low prestige champions ranked up that are in our top 5. Like Black Widow and Thor. Or not Black Widow, like Scarlet Witch and Thor. And I'm not even saying that they should be downranked immediately. They might actually have high prestige now. I don't know. But I think it's going to put us in a higher position in terms of our prestige. The point of the nerfs is mostly aimed at healers. Kabam's goal was suck more money out of us to beat beat content, potions and revives. Watch they will remove units from battle trips. I don't think they'll ever do that. Was this really aimed at healers? There's 2 healers here, right? Scarlet Witch, which has a big healing change, and then we don't really know much about Doctor Strange. We don't know what this is going to be like. This sounds like a really good update, guys. This sounds like a really good update. They're adding all of this stuff. They're adding like more systems in the game. They're adding more systems in the game. They're gonna make like cooler content, is what they're saying, with these new systems in the game. They're adding new arenas to the game. They're buffing a lot of weak champions, and then they're nerfing a couple of really powerful, really powerful champions. Compensation packages they are offering us is garbage. Yeah, I mean, I guess I just don't care that much about the compensation packages. Like I said, it's probably different for somebody who like purchased the packages that had the 4-star awakening gems and stuff like that, or purchased the packages with the signature stones. But yeah, I don't know. I don't care that much about the compensation, to be honest. Like, they're making the game better. They don't need to give me anything to make the game better. Zachariah, $5 donation. Thank you, man. If anything, this is a good life lesson for all of us. Don't spend money on games. Possibly. I mean, it's still your hobby, your money. You guys do whatever you want to do. But yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty happy not spending any money. So maybe. Brian, you were totally selfish. I'm just giving you my honest thoughts, man. I want the game to be good. I don't want a bad game. If they kept, honestly, like let's look back at other changes. If they left block proficiency the way it was, if they left block proficiency the way it was, I don't even know if I'd want to keep playing this game after just, oh, I got my block team or whatever. It would be so boring for me. Scarlet Witch, like I don't have 4-star Scarlet Witch, right? I've used 3-star Scarlet Witch. She's at 99. I know her power, right? I know some of her power at least, right? If I had a 4-star Scarlet Witch and that's all I was using the game, I would be bored. I would be really bored. So yeah, I don't know. If you want to call out selfish, sure, man. But I want an interesting game. That's what I want, and Kabam is delivering. $2 donation from Chris. Thank you. Vision, BP, Yellow Jacket, Bleed Champs, Spider-Man, Electro. I'm not sure exactly what you're asking, Chris. I'll pay attention if you could elaborate a little bit more on that. I'll try to pay attention in the chat for what you're saying. Countless hours you grinded out for all those 6 stones doesn't bother you, knowing these champs are getting nerfed to hell? I mean, they're 4-star signature stones, right? They're 4-star signature stones. We're moving towards 5-star champions anyway. Black Widow is still strong, so I'm not mad about that one. Lately I've been using signature stones for prestige more than anything. I would probably be upset about that if I did use them all on Scarlet Witch. You're probably right. If I had the 4-star version of Scarlet Witch, and Thor. So on those 2 champions alone, I'd be bummed, but at the same time, it's like, man. Like, all right, I'll let you guys in on this. At one point, I was really hoping that I would get Scarlet Witch just so that I could dump all my signature stones, because I knew she was gonna get nerfed, right? There's just no way they weren't gonna nerf her, and I did think that they were gonna give signature stones back. But like, I wanted to try to like beat the system and just like duplicate my signature stones that way. Um, but yeah, it looks like that's not the case anyway. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's that big a deal. I'm using them for prestige. If let's say Scarlet Witch goes up to a high prestige or something like that, then I would have used my signature stones on Scarlet Witch anyway. Same thing for Thor. We don't know what their prestiges are yet. They might go pretty high. Chris, I think Vision will take over to control champs. Yellow Jacket will be used more. Bleed champs will be great. Spider-Man and Electro, tough to beat. I don't think Spider-Man and Electro will be tough to beat. Yeah, no, like it's. I don't think that's that big of a deal, to be honest. I beat Electro without. I beat both of those champions without Black Widow. I mean, yeah, it's a little bit annoying, right? But yeah. Um, Bleed champs, like, I mean, only one bleed champ is really changing. Bleed champs were, like, some of the bleed champs, a couple of the bleed champs were already pretty good. If they're really buffing Black Panther's bleed damage here, I want to see. Or just, like, increasing his crit chance, which will, like, trigger more bleeds and stuff like that. I'm pretty curious about that. It seems interesting at the least. I spent $30 on the Awakening Gem deal to awaken Thor and 25 Sig Stones. He's useless now, so I wasted $30 for nothing, along with 25 Sig Stones I could have spent on Ronan. Well, they're going to give you an Awakening Gem. I see what you're saying, but they're going to give you Awakening Gem. Happy birthday, Brian. Thanks, man. Brian, check Twitter. Please check Twitter. Okay, all right. Let me check Twitter here. Oh, the Dank guy. I didn't notice donation. Thank you very much, Dank guy. Brian watched when the update is released. $300 for an unnerved Scarlet Witch package. Yeah, I don't know, guys. I really just want the best game that they can make, and it sounds like they're headed in that direction. And that's the bottom line. Like, things are always going to be nerfed in games when they're out of line. I think it's ridiculous when people say, just bring all of the champions up to the levels of these insane champions. $2 donation from the Dank guy. Respond to my last comment. Okay. You're right. I didn't. I saw your donation, but I didn't see any comment afterwards. Give me 1 second here. Where are you at? I don't see any comments. Are you talking about the super chat donation thing? I didn't see any actual comments, Dank guy. If you want to say something else, I'll read it. I'll try to pay attention to it. What's kind of funny is everybody was praising Kabam for how well they responded to like the bugs that were introduced yesterday or whatever. I still don't see anything, Dank guy. I'm gonna check Twitter in just a sec, guys. Is Star-Lord new best champion? I mean, Star-Lord, there's limitations to Star-Lord already, so he's only the best champion in certain areas. He's always been the best champion in terms of like Labyrinth of Legends and some of the other areas, but in some areas he's just like flat out not good, which is why they didn't really touch him. Okay, here we go. What do you think of Winter Soldier and Punisher after update? Okay, Dank guy. I need to see him in action. I need to see them in action. It's really hard to tell what Punisher's abilities are. Let me read this over one more time here. So attacking opponent that's bleeding has a chance to trigger an additional bleed, dealing direct damage. Okay, okay. Open wound, special 2 and 3 passive effect. Is an open wound, is that just made for stuff for stuff like this? Am I missing something about it? Hang on. Does that mean like open wounds are going to affect things like despair, so you can technically get like 100% healing reduction with the champion? Because I'm not entirely sure what this whole open wound thing is. So yeah, it's hard to tell. It's really hard to tell. I'm excited to see how they look in game. I'm excited to see that they're going to be different from one another. I feel they may add more champions space to the current god tiers. Do you agree? I mean, I feel like that's what they've been trying to do, but nothing can compete with the god tier champions, which is why they needed to make these adjustments. It's actually going to be exciting getting like for some people getting to play other champions. I think people are going to like it at least, right? People may say that they don't like it, but they also said that about the other updates that changed the game. And now, like months later, everyone or most people are like, "Oh, you know what? Actually, that was a pretty good update." So yeah, I don't know. Oh jeez, people are sending some ridiculous stuff here on Twitter. Yeah. Haven't started Karnak yet. Here's something kind of like him. That's pretty good, man. Happy birthday, mister. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Wow, I don't know. It felt like there was going to be more changes the way everyone was reacting. I'm almost let down that there's not more changes, but there's so much to be excited about at the same time. I'm really not let down. It just feels strange. It feels very strange. All the new content that they're adding, like, are people not even seeing that? And they're just like, my Scarlet Witch, no. My Thor, no. Ricky G, $5 donation. Happy B-Day, Brian. Totally agree, and I'm excited about the changes. Keep the good work. Thanks, man. Yeah, I'm happy to see that some people are excited about the changes too. Looking forward to changes to Hulk. Yeah, like how many people were asking for changes to some of these other champions? What if Hulk just like smashes everything now? Everyone is reacting like this because now they have to pay attention and not just stun like someone with Scarlet Witch. Possibly. I mean, I don't know. I understand the argument of I paid for the resources to awaken a champion and pump signature stones or something like that, and then it's changed. And maybe they're not giving back like as many resources as what was spent. I'm not even sure. But yeah, I don't know. Brian, so what do you really think about the change from percentage to flat value? I love that change. I really like that change a lot. I feel like that change alone is something that people won't really see. A lot of people won't pick up on that change. So the whole change from where we got here. Where was that part out? Okay, yeah. So the whole part right here where it says changing from messed up. Okay, changing from percentage-based stats to flat values. I feel like most people won't really pick up on this so much. It's not something that people are going to notice immediately. But the change in content that they're going to be able to add as a result might be a big deal. In a good way, if I'm not being clear. In a good way. It's really bad when games... Alright, so let me explain why I didn't like Diablo 3 and how the percentage system worked there. It literally... the only thing that they can do in that game was just super exponentially increase the amount of damage that the enemies did to you and super exponentially increase the amount of life that the enemies had. And I feel like that's what they would have to do if they kept the percentage system. They're also adding more stats in here with the armor penetration, critical resistance. I'm really hoping that this means that there's going to be a new mastery in the defensive tree. Like, this is something that's pretty interesting for people who like to think about Alliance War a lot. Like, this is a big deal for your Alliance War, like reducing the crit chance of your enemies. You're too happy about Scarlet Witch nerf to see how bad the DS nerf and Healing and General nerf. Think about Alliance potions. I don't know, man. I can get through Alliance stuff without using potions, even without Doctor Strange for the most part. I haven't done map 6, so yeah, maybe map 6 will be different, but it's fine for me. It's completely fine for me. I was tempted to take out Doctor Strange for map 6 anyway. Like, oh man, I don't know. I just want them to add cool content to the game, right? Like, it almost doesn't matter to me what they do to the champions. I just want cool content to be added to the game. I want content. I feel like the game hasn't, sometimes doesn't deliver on content. The game delivers on content a lot of the times, right? But, I really just want new content in the game. Like, when they added Labyrinth of Legends and Road to Labyrinth and stuff like that, that's what I'm excited about. Of course, you know, I haven't done Labyrinth of Legends yet. Act 5. Who's not pumped about Act 5? Who's not pumped about the new arenas coming, wherever they are on this whole list of notes here? Brian, read my last message and tell me if you agree. Alright, Dachi, let me see. I feel like they should have been generic stones and not crystals because the new champs people choose to awaken can't be taken up an exact dupe 26 levels for compensation packages. Maybe. I wouldn't mind seeing that. But at the same time, I honestly don't care all that much. The content doesn't matter if you can't beat it without spending countless units. That's just it, man. That's just it. Like... Now they can actually design content that we have to like come up with better strategies on and work towards like mastering getting through that content instead of, do you have Scarlet Witch? Well then just smash your forehead into your phone and you're gonna beat the new content. I don't want to see that. That's not what I want to see. Who do you think is gonna be the best champions now? I don't even want there to be an answer to that. Like, I want them all to be usable, but I still think Doctor Strange is going to be very powerful depending on how big of a nerf that the healing is. If the healing nerf isn't too insane, if it's just to kind of counterbalance the stuff like running suicides with Doctor Strange and, you know, stuff like that, then Doctor Strange is still going to be an extremely powerful champion and probably still the best champion in the game. That's what I would say. Brian, you use so many 6 stones. If you had to rank down a champion, wouldn't you want back all the 6 stones you used? Would I want them back? Yeah. But like, how much I care about that is very little compared to the new content being added to the game. So yeah. If they came up with a way and said I can get my signature stones back, sure. But at this point, like I'm using signature stones on champions that have like synergy. Like I almost don't care what their signature ability is at this point in the game because I'm using my signature stones for prestige. I know not everybody's in that same boat. I wasn't in that boat for the longest time, so yeah, I used to care a lot more about what their signature abilities actually did. But yeah, I don't have Scarlet Witch. I don't care about her nerf. The healing is what I care about. It's very clear they want us to buy more potions. Is it clear though? That's not what I'm seeing out of this, man. What I'm seeing out of this is that they want us to come up with different strategies to beat the game. Yeah, I don't know. Resident, my Thor. Yeah, Thor. I think Thor got hit a little too hard, man. I think they need to give something to Thor, honestly. Um, I do feel like Thor got hit a little too hard. I will say that. If they came out and did something for Thor, even if it was just something like give him poison immunity, then I think that would be fine. But without giving him something and taking away all of his damage like that, or a significant amount of his damage like that, I feel like they went a little too overboard on Thor. With Scarlet Witch, it's a different story because I don't know exactly what that translates to for Scarlet Witch. We can see that it's a nerf, right? It's very clear. It's clear as day that it's a tremendous nerf to Scarlet Witch, right? But how does this actually feel in game? How does this translate to how it actually feels? I feel like that's something that we'd have to actually play to know. But Thor, I feel like needs something else. Is that pounds? £2 donation. Funny no mention fixing Spider-Man and Miles evades. Yeah, I would love it if they could fix that though, for sure, man. That is the most annoying bug in the game. Brian, I'm not holding off on my Awakening Gems, so usually on Magic, Rocket, Star-Lord. Star-Lord, if you're not gonna hold off, then I would go with Star-Lord. Yeah, I definitely do feel like they went overboard on Thor. But at the same time, it's not gonna like I'm not gonna stop playing the game. Even if I had Thor, even if I used them all the time, I would just give my honest feedback. Here's what I honestly, guys. Here's what I would do about Thor. I would give honest feedback with a level head. Wait till the champion actually comes out, right? Give some honest feedback, like play around with him a bit. Tell Kabam exactly how you feel without just cursing them out, right? Give them honest feedback. Tell them, the champion feels weak compared to the other cosmic champions in the game, or something like that. If he's that bad, right? Because he probably is going to be that bad, if I'm being honest. But yeah, give them honest feedback about it, and maybe they'll do another change to him. Maybe they will give him poison immunity to go along with the other cosmic theme of having poison immunity. I don't know. I don't know a ton about like the lore, so I don't know if it makes sense lore-wise or whatever. But yeah. For the love of Thor, get off the lore section. I can't bear to see this. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry, but yeah, I don't know. The nerfs and buffs to me aren't even the big thing about this update. The big thing about this update is all the content. They're adding so much content. It sounds like, at least. Whoa, that sounded funny. Are you going to grind for Dormammu tonight? No, I couldn't do it. I was busy all day today. I would have no chance. And the past couple days, I would have had no chance also. I want to go for Dormammu even more now, seeing this though, because if people quit the game, because some people inevitably will, right? Maybe I'll have a higher chance of getting Dormammu. Maybe his score will drop in the next round. I don't know. Jane Foster will be at rank 3 soon enough. She's irrelevant. Yeah, I want them to do one more change. Rez, I don't know if you hear when I was talking about Jane Foster. Of course, this is. I'll make it. I'll make sure we can't see the actual Thor here. Um, this is really good, but I feel like they need to change her heavy attack animation, and then the champion should be fine. They need to give it a little bit more reach so that you can land it more reliably, and then I think the champion would actually be pretty good. Last comment, Dachi Dachi, hang on, hang on. Also, Brian, would you agree that Kabam just grabbed Thor by the balls, ripped them off, and gave him to Jane? Nah, cause yeah, Jane is not that great. Ant-Man may end up better than Thor. You might be right, Dubes. Yeah, I feel like Thor definitely got it a little rough, man. A little rough to say the least. I know you used that that Awakening gem. I couldn't really read all the chat going on in the Alliance today, but yeah, I know you were saying you used the Awakening gem on him, man. That definitely hurts, but maybe they'll do something to bring him up in some other kind of way. I don't know. That's really the only nerf that I can tell so far that they might have gone a little overboard on. One of our members rage quit the day before we knew about this change. That's right. Somebody anticipated change coming and they were just like, "No, I can't take it. I'm out of here." Oh, actually, one more thing about Jane Foster Thor. I also don't like her level 3 special. I really don't like her level 3 special either. But whatever. Her level 1 and 2 are going to be big enough. Are going to be good enough with the change to 100%. Hope we got a Mystic Awakening gem from my gem crystal, hoping for magic. Alright, so yeah, I'm going to wait for the Awakening gem, but like the Awakening gem crystal, but if I don't get science, I'm probably going to use my generic one on Quake. Well, actually, I have to see the whole prestige shakeup. I don't know what the prestiges are going to look like. Honestly, Quake is probably still an interesting enough champion that I would want to rank her up anyway. So yeah, I don't know. I don't like anyone's L3 apart from Thor's. Yeah, I guess most L3s aren't that great. What's it called here? Black Panthers might be pretty interesting. Increased bleed damage for critical bleed and special 3 bleed. Black Panther might be insane, guys. I'm actually I actually want to get the Deep Wounds Mastery just to test out Black Panther. I actually have a 5-star Black Panther. If his damage is getting increased, then maybe duplicating 5-star Black Panther might be pretty fun. It is what it is. I don't care. I welcome some of the changes and can't wait to see how things play out. Hope the numbers bugged out was an insight to what's to come, though. Nah, that had to be a bug. That had to just be a bug. Man, I can't say it enough how excited I am about the actual content coming to the game. The balance changes are whatever. It's just balance changes. That's why we collect a large pool of champions, right? I want to be able to use some champions in some parts of the game, and then a new challenge comes along, and I'm like, okay, I got to scramble. What kind of strategies am I going to come up with some of these other champions that I have that have just been lying around? I want the new content. Brian, what about all the YouTubers that now have relevant content? No compassion. How would you feel if your guides were out? Oh, I'd feel great, man. I'd feel absolutely fantastic, because that means I get to make all new guides, and then I get like double views and stuff like that, right? That's actually like a good thing, right? Like it's good and bad. It's bad if I'm trying to complete an entire collection of champion guides, which I am doing. So I'm happy that I'm waiting on it, but you get to make more videos, right? Where's the nerf to Thanos? I mean, there's only about 50 of them, but he shall be nerfed. There's even less than that, right? I think there's only 20. They'll introduce more bleed immune champs to offset the bleeder buffs. Probably. I mean, there's always going to be more immunity champions coming, right? Hey Brian, MMIX, who I turned up. Oh wait, what? Talking to the other Brian. Yeah. Hey Brian, did you see my message about Restream? I did not. Did you just post a message about Restream? I might not be doing the Restream thing anymore, the more I think about it. Let me scroll up here and see if I could find your message, though. Can't really find it here. Brian, sorry about the messages, but I liked your Infinite Streak video. It's helped me out a lot. Awesome, man. Glad to hear it. Oh, man. Yeah. So we don't know the full extent of these changes yet, guys. I definitely want to rank up. I definitely want to rank up Quake. Like, I almost did it anyway, even though she wasn't awakened, just because if I wasn't going to get a Science Awakening gem from the Dimensional Rifts, that I was probably going to use the generic one on her. But I'm going to wait and see how the whole prestige changes come out. RIP, Seaton's champion of the day. He's probably glad that he only did like 5 of them. I'm telling you, dude. Seaton probably wishes that he did all of the champions so that he can do them over again and make more videos. I don't know. That's just how I would feel. Like it's definitely different depending on what kind of thing you're going for. I am glad that I didn't start my champion guides, but at the same time, I would just make new ones, and it wouldn't be that big a deal. Like, all right, so let me put it in this kind of perspective. Let's say I actually made the Infinite Streak guide when I wanted to, like, however many months ago, right? Let's say I made the Infinite Streak champion guide or the Infinite Streak arena guide like 7 months ago when I wanted to. I would have gotten, like, you know, a whole bunch of views on that video, and now they're going to release this new arena system that may change all of that. This is like strictly just from like a YouTuber's perspective, right? Because somebody brought it up. Where's the arena system? Here we go. The arena system that includes more options for arenas to compete in. More information will on this will be available soon. Eventually, you know, I could just make a whole other video out of it. It'd be a beautiful thing. When it comes to like the champions and stuff, then yeah, I guess that is different. I don't really, probably wouldn't want to like go super all out details on the champion guides, but other parts of the game, it's good. Big question for Kabam: are the new flat values going to convert straight across to equal current percentage values, or are they going to be higher or lower? Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. What's also really interesting is where was this stat? Let me go find this stat real quick. The challenger rating. I'm curious about this challenger rating system. I wonder if Kabam elaborated on this a bit more. Please answer me, Brian. My life has no purpose without you answering my question. Please, Brian, I'll go to cardiac arrest if you don't pay attention to my question. Wait, what? What is your question? I don't see any question. I just see you going into cardiac arrest. Oh, /S. Never mind. Sarcasm. Brian, what about Wolverine? What's your opinion on Wolverine and regen? Wait, so yeah, Wolverine's regen didn't get nerfed, right? I don't see Wolverine on this list. Isn't he like the best healer in the game? Looks like Wolverine didn't get touched. Ultron's healing didn't get touched. Can you explain flat rates? Well, I can't explain them fully, but basically it's going to go like this. Instead of reducing damage, let me go back in the game for a second here. Instead of reducing damage by, like my armor here, reduces incoming damage from all attacks by this value. So armor reduces damage by 10%, right? Now with the flat rate system, let's say I had 50, like the value was 50 or something like that, it would reduce like 50 damage or something. It might not work exactly that way. It's probably not going to be that simple, to be honest. It's like, let me explain the way that Realm of the Mad God had it worked out, because honestly, Realm of the Mad God, I think they had a really good system. And again, it's not a game that Kabam made, but they worked on it for a period of time. So maybe, I don't know. Wolverine did get touched. Look through the paragraphs, I think at the beginning somewhere. They reference Ultron and Wolverine in reference to Alliance War based on the node they're on. It's related to flat rate system. Oh, so they did change them. Okay. All right, back to Realm of the Mad God though. So the way they had it worked on Realm of the Mad God is it was a flat rate damage reduction, but it capped out at a certain point. So you could only ever reduce like 85% of the enemy's damage, but a flat rate going up to that. So if the enemy did 100 damage to you, and you had 20 armor or 20 defense it was in that game, then you would take 80 damage every time you got hit. If you had 80 defense, it was the same thing. You only took 20 damage. If you had 85, you would take 15. But if you had more than that, if you had, let's say, 90 or even 100, then you would still take 15 of the damage. I mean, I don't know. I don't even know if what I'm saying is making sense to you guys if you haven't played the game. But it's pretty good. Regen champs on defense got nerfed probably because they didn't want champs with Nullify or Guillotine and Dominant Alliance War. They want to keep things equal. Let me actually find out more about the regen thing. Actually, while we're on the subject of other stats in this game or whatever getting nerfed, I don't see anything here about Mystic Dispersion, and that bums me out a little bit. I would have liked to see a nerf to Mystic Dispersion. I would like to see a nerf to Mystic Dispersion and maybe Thorns in an Alliance War. I'm not a big fan of Thorns, really. I'm not saying they need to completely gut it, but or completely remove it, but they need to rework Thorns. Thorns, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of it. I'll just leave it at that. I don't know what they would do, but wait, did they change arenas? I really can't read. No time, gotta grind. Drop Faith. They are doing something to arenas. It says here. Other aspects of the contest start to twist and change shape, such as the introduction of a revamped arena system that includes more options for arenas to compete in. More information on this will be available soon. Like, I don't know. So you guys may have heard me say in other streams where I wanted to put points into Mystic Dispersion because I thought for sure that they were going to nerf Mystic Dispersion in their next update. I thought for sure they were going to do that, and I wanted to be like compensated or whatever, like take up the free rewards. That was the only reason. I just wanted to unlock it. I didn't even want to put points into it. I wanted to unlock it to take advantage of that. I think they're gonna make changes on AQ and AW. At least they are hinting about something. Actually, yeah, I do remember seeing that now about the hints. All right, so let me try to find the healing though. Let me. No, I mean I guess this is all talking about it. Okay, Wolverine and Ultron. Okay. Additionally, one of the biggest changes that will affect many champions that regeneration effects are all being changes calculated off of base health rather than modified health. This will prevent champions like Wolverine and Ultron from being unbeatable when they have a large modified amount of health, such as Alliance Wars from buff nodes. Okay. I don't think that's going to... I have a feeling that it's going to leave the champion alone. I have a feeling like the numbers are going to be equal when we're using the champion, and it's just not going to increase healing an insane amount when we're going up against enemies. I wonder if they're doing that for willpower, too. Brian, is this stream cutting off soon, or are we staying up late talking about patch notes? I'm gonna start actually playing the game. we're gonna stay up for a bit. I don't know when it's gonna cut off, but I'm gonna stay up for a bit for sure. Brian, there's continued Q&A in the bottom link. You should check it out. Okay, let's do that actually. Let's do that. I'm really curious how this affects a couple of things actually. I wonder if they considered this. Let me go into the game real quick here. Watching you and Frojo. Oh man, I almost wish I wasn't streaming so I can go check out Frojo and see what he thinks about this. But so I wonder if they thought about this. I wonder if they thought about the interaction between willpower here. I mean, this is percentage-based health, right? How does this work with something like the Suicide Masteries, which are also percentage-based? And how does it work with Resonate? Where is Resonate at? Right over here. So how does this work with Resonate? So what I mean specifically is this. Let's say you have Resonate in Alliance War. Is it still going to regen those champions a ridiculous amount of life? Is it still going to regen those champions a ridiculous amount of life? Or is Resonate now a usable mastery that you can use with champions like Elektra and have Elektra actually be a pretty powerful champion? I don't know. I'm excited to see. I'm excited to see. I told you they made the healing base slower, so you have to buy more potions. It doesn't sound like it though. It sounds like what they're doing, like I said, it sounds like they're only doing it for nodes that have high health modifiers on them. But all right, let me go back to the patch notes here. Let me go and read this thread. Am I in the new thread? Updated FAQ. Okay. Where are we at here? Ah man, change, guys. Change is good. I'm pretty excited. I'm excited that this is coming so soon too. You know, there's lots to digest here. Please read the post entirely before asking questions. I'm surprised to see this little bubble black right now. I figured Kabam Mike would be online for like the next 50 hours straight, just like trying to stop people from going berserk. He probably realized there is no stopping it. He probably tried, but yeah. All right. Why are you making such massive changes when there are bugs such as evade problems that still need to be fixed? Okay, good question. Answer. Our team continues to work on resolving bugs that require fixing. Some, such as evade issues, have turned out to be more than one bug. The first of the two has been resolved. The second is more difficult to fix, and we are working diligently on this. Our Q&A team is dedicated to resolving the pain points you guys encounter in the game. That being said, the presence of bugs does not mean that our design team wants to halt development on all new content, since it's being worked on by different teams. So, yeah. It's pretty much the same answer that they always give, is that teams that make new content are not the teams that are working on, you know, optimizing the game and fixing the bugs and stuff like that. Hang on, guys. Got like something in my throat here. Hope I'm not getting sick. That would suck. I'm excited. I'm very excited about this. That's all I could say. Alright, let me read the rest of these FAQs here. You're going to change content such as Alliance Wars to suit these new changes, considering how much you've changed some champions. We've been doing a review of all content in the game and running playtests with these changes so we can identify content that needs to be re-reviewed and updated. This is definitely one of the first things we identified as a concern. Okay. Which is why nothing gets done. You're error checking my code. Takes way longer than the guy who wrote the damn code to see the issue. Possibly. But there's only so much time, and they do need to keep releasing new content, right? Please read question above. 8-bit duck. Let me see what you got. Let me see what you got. Brian, will Howard be buffed or nerfed? Howard the duck is staying exactly the same. Technically, he's moving slightly up the tier list of champions, but he's still just going to be like an above-average champion in my opinion. I don't think he's going to be anything insane. Brian, talking to Frojo, he wants to know if you can use a separate device to hear his stream, and he'll do the same. That way you guys can talk on each other's stream. I mean, I can't. Like, technically, we could both be talking, and like people could just tune into one stream or something like that, and hear both of us. Maybe I'll do that later, but for now, I have some other stuff that I want to do. Hang on, guys. Let me. Actually, no, I'm fine. All right. Let me read some more of this. You've gone and ruined all of the good champions. Why? That's funny. Like, this is probably the toned down version of what everybody's saying, right? You've gone and ruined all the good champions. The champions that our community have come to love as godlike or strong champions remain strong even after these changes. However, what these changes do is reduce the delta between the good and lesser used champions of our community. While a lot of these changes may be viewed as nerfs, a lot of these changes will bring improvements to some lesser used champions in the contest. Our aim is to ensure that a very specific roster is not required when tackling certain game content, i.e. you don't absolutely need Scarlet Witch to defeat certain things. Yeah, again, I will say that Thor probably got hit a little too hard, and Scarlet Witch is hard to tell. But yeah, I still think that the overall, I think that the balance changes are good. If you both talk, there would be feedback on both ends. Well, you just have to mute one of the streams basically, or just join the stream, whichever stream you want to be in or whatever. But yeah, not right now, basically. Ryan, can you please check the tweet I just sent out? I spent a good bit of time and thought into it. Would love to see what you think. Thanks, man. All right, give me 1 sec. I'll check it out in just a minute. PR spin. These aren't nerfs. These are buffs by taking things away from the good champions. Buff to the bad. No Cabana, that's called a press spin. I mean, yeah, I agree. It's stuff like this. Like I get why they word it like this, but I kind of wish that they would just say straight up like, look, some champions were too good. They were just far too good. They had to be nerfed, and some champions were, you know, were buffed so that because they were too bad. Like, that's it, right? This could all be summed up in like, yeah, some champions way too good, some champions crap, worthless, and now they're all becoming a bit more balanced. Did you test this system? Yes, our team has been conducting extensive playtests with these changes, going through all existing in-game content. Future content is also being designed with these changes in mind. I wish I could actually be like a part of the testing. That'd be sweet, man. If there just happens to be someone at Kabam listening, I'll help you guys test it free. I'm not asking for any money. It'd be cool. Yeah. How does your team feel about these changes? Do you like them? Several of us internally are also quite attached to the key champions in our rosters. So this is actually something they talked about. I don't think this is bull at all, right? I think this is actually like the truth, because I remember when I went to Comic-Con, I told them like I was in love with the changes that they made for the perfect block when they took away perfect block. I thought that was stupid that perfect block existed in the game, and um, um, they told me that like the team had mixed feelings on it, and not everybody was in total agreement that it should be removed and stuff like that. So I definitely agree with this, or I definitely think that they're not lying. Is what I should wanted to say. Okay. But with the changes come both buffs and nerfs for many characters, and as a whole, this is better for everyone's rosters. No one is relying on one specific champion, and not having a specific champion does not make certain content off limits for you. These changes will also allow us to do more exciting things in the future from a development perspective. I do agree with this as well. As a whole, we are very excited and optimistic about these changes. We recognize that due to the severity of them, many players are very concerned at this time. We believe that once the changes have been implemented and players have plenty of um, and players have played through them, they will understand what we're working to achieve. I agree with this too. Like, I, I don't know. It kind of sucks when I always agree because I do agree with like almost everything that they're saying here. Um, right? Like I want to disagree more just so that people don't think I work for Kabam or something like that. But I agree with it. I agree with it. Will some characters get a boost in prestige with these changes? Yes, the majority of champions will see a boost in prestige with these changes. A few may see minor prestige reduction, but this will be minimal. So yeah, this is pretty big here. If I had to guess, the nerfs to Thor and Scarlet Witch is gonna. I mean, it's gonna increase their prestige. I almost. I would almost bet like I would almost go all in on my 5,000 units up here. That the prestige increase to Thor especially is going to be pretty big. They claim this, but I haven't seen a way of beating 4.3.3 Juggernaut without Ronin. Um, he's beatable without Ronin. You could definitely beat him without Ronin. I've actually seen people post on Reddit doing it without Ronin. Um, he's definitely doable without Ronin. Ronin is just like, you know, the trick to him. Like one of the tricks to him. And I think it's like a kind of cool trick, you know. I did it with Yellow Jacket. Yep, Yellow Jacket. Somebody did it with like on the forums. They had like a synergy team with like Daredevil and um, She-Hulk and like some other champions. I'm not sure, but Ronin wasn't in there. Who cares if they raise Thor's prestige? He's going to be worse than the current Winter Soldier. Alright, so Thor is going to be bad, but I don't know if he's going to be that bad. A guy I know used Rocket. Yeah, alright, so here's the thing about that Juggernaut, too. You can make it easier than most people do. Most people see two paths, and they just go through it 2 times, right? Technically, you can go through it 4 times, and each time it'll be not that big of a deal. I mean, it'll still be difficult, but he'll have less nodes boosting him. Spider-Gwen was good. Now she's a goddess. I'm so much like I'm more mad than ever that I missed out on Scarlet or Spider-Gwen from that arena. Okay. What else we got here? What else we got here? Does Class Advantage stack with Challenger rating, or is it the same thing? Class Advantage does not stack with Challenger rating, so having both will be beneficial to you. Wait. Does stack. Why did I see not in here? Class Advantage does stack with Challenger rating. So having both will be beneficial to you, but having both against you will be a little bit harder. Yep, okay. Challenger rating, man. Like, it's really interesting to me what Challenger rating actually is. So happy I got Punisher recently. Yeah, I want Punisher now, man. I mean, I always wanted him, but yeah. Brian, new Skype with Frojo. We use that method with Sarango Stream. Yeah, I at some point maybe. I don't know if tonight. There's still a lot that I'm looking at here. Maybe like tomorrow or something like that. I'm not sure. I don't know. All right. Will you be changing AQ or AW to match these changes? We are currently working on the next iterations of both of those modes, as well as new quest content like Act 5. All this content is being designed with these changes in mind. I'm still hoping that they change Mystic Dispersion, man. I hate Mystic Dispersion. Like, it's fine. Really, all they have to do to Mystic Dispersion is make it so that Dexterity, every time you dodge, it doesn't give you a new buff. It doesn't keep refreshing your buff over and over and just feeding energy to those champions. They just need to do that, and then I'll be fine. And then maybe something with Thorns. Do something to make Thorns less painful, and then I'll be super fine with Alliance War. Brian, as a Kamal enthusiast, I feel cheated with her buff. I'd rather have her Fury's buff than have her block proficiency buffed. Yeah, I mean, we'll see what her actual stats are, though. I mean, at least she's getting buffed, right, Dashinachi? What else we got here? Why aren't you giving us a D-ranking gem for every champion in our roster? Significant changes are really only being made to 4 to 5 top-tier champions. I would say even less than this, I feel like. These champions remain good champions, they just aren't as OP as they once were. But we still wanted to give some players an opportunity to D-rank them and invest in other champions instead. After the change, and if they so wish. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Can you extend the expiry time of the rank down tickets from 30 days? Okay, so 30 days, that's what it's going to be. To longer or not expire. We don't have plans to extend the timing on these. They aren't meant to be permanent items. In 30 days, plenty of time for players to decide if they want to use these and on which champions in a post-change world. Whatever you do, guys, don't use your tickets. Don't just like burn your tickets immediately. Give it a couple of days. You have 30 days. Give it at least a week, right? Steiny, what's going on, man? Final update. Looks like Adora was here. A lot of you asked some very valid questions that we have not yet had a chance to address. It will surprise no one to hear that we did not intend for this announcement to go out on a weekend. Yeah, like I feel bad for them, man. Like, today's Saturday, and they probably just had to spend all day answering these questions when they probably allotted time, like, you know, on the 22nd, which was only a few days from now, like the middle of the week. They could have actually lived their lives on the weekend and then talked about this. But yeah, I mean, whatever. That's part of their job, right? We now intend for this time to go on the weekend, and we're still waiting on some information from the design team to address what some of you asked. Okay. Alright, standard PR-ish kind of stuff here, it seems like. And again, we have a few more answers for you guys before we leave for the day. Okay, cool. Is it possible for Star-Lord to get 400 streak in Labyrinth Legends, or would the Enrage timer kick in before they did that? When researching where to put the cap at for Star-Lord's signature ability, we wanted to ensure that we didn't stop him from being viable in Labyrinth of Legends. This change will not affect this. What kind of combos? You can get over 400 hit combo in Labyrinth of Legends, right? I've seen people get higher. I've seen people get higher with other champions. I'm I'm pumped for Black Panther getting buffed a little. I'm a big fan already. It's going to be interesting. He already does a lot of damage with deep wounds. The only thing about him is that like that really is all of his damage. So I'm still not like I'm not going to be a big fan of him. But I've for the longest time now I've wanted to use. I wanted to get deep wounds and just like test out a couple of champions, mostly Black Panther and X23. I wouldn't keep them on for long. It would just be like for some fun challenges and stuff like that. But I actually am interested in seeing if there's a way to get through all of Realm of Legends with either of those champions for every single fight. Actually, maybe not so much for Scarlet Witch. Oh, maybe now you can get past Scarlet Witch in Realm of Legends. Well, yeah, I mean, it just caps his damage, but I was just trying to, like, you can get over 400 hit combo in there, right? Oh, you do hit for 50k with a 400 hit combo? I thought you... I didn't think you hit that high. Brian, check my last message. Time sensitive. Frojo is setting up Skype as I write this. Wait, what? Brian, just talked to Frojo again. He said he wants to Skype now if possible. He wants to talk about this stuff too. Alright. Give me like 5 minutes here. Let me finish reading through this a little bit. Are buff nodes like Safeguard being removed from Roads to Labyrinth? We currently do not have any plans to remove Safeguard from Roads to Labyrinth. Yep, totally understandable. I don't know why they would. As for other combat effects of similar difficulty, we are currently finalizing our passes on what does and does not need changes. Ooh, maybe they are changing the Labyrinth node, not the 50,000 damage node, but the other one, so you can use other champions in there. I would so love that. I would so love that. Realm of Legends Wolverine downed in 188 hits today as a test. That's pretty good, man. Yeah, it's pretty good. Okay, while Safeguard is very difficult effect to deal with, it simulates in many ways the kind of challenges present in Labyrinth itself. Particularly massive health pools. Yeah. Okay, whatever. Yeah, Safeguard is fine, honestly. There's nothing wrong with Safeguard. It's kind of annoying on like the lower difficulty fights when you're used to getting through them in a few hits or whatever, but honestly, it's fine. Do masteries and synergies count as modified health in regards to regeneration changes? What about boosts? Yes, anything that isn't the champion's base health is considered modified health. Okay, that's still not a big deal. I didn't really use health synergies anyway, or masteries for that matter. I think they're kind of a waste in most areas of the game. Regarding Spider-Gwen's trap mode now triggers weakness component when successful. What does this mean? Like before, Spider-Gwen maintains her ability to shrug off one attack whilst charging her heavy. When she does so, she places a weakness effect on the opponent. Okay. How will the new flat critical rating affect Rocket Raccoon's signature ability? This is important, guys. This is game breaking right here. If they mess up Rocket, I swear. And will any upper limit be placed on it? Rocket will gain a set amount of critical rating for each 10 hits of his combo meter, same as before. We're not placing a cap on it because the ability already had a cap, and that critical hit chance can't raise beyond 100%. All right, guys, game on, game on. He still has a 100% hit crit rate. Give me a couple minutes here, Frodo. Give me a couple minutes. Let me finish reading through here. Scarlet Witch. Reduced base chance to trigger Veil of Fortune reduced to what? So 100% to 85% chance. Okay. I want to say Scarlet Witch. She's not going to be nearly as good, right? But she might not be that bad. Abomination. Increased chance to trigger Fury and base poison ability. Does this mean he will trigger poison while attacking as well? See, I wish... Let me bring this up again real quick here. 1 second, guys. 1 sec. Here's what I would like to see from Kabam for next time. Where is it? I just had it. Alright, whatever. I can't find it. I don't know why. The link wasn't there. The same one I looked at. But basically, I want them to give more details in the patch notes. I was gonna bring up the Dota 2 thing again, where the Dota 2 notes are like they tell you the exact numbers and stuff like that. Brian Berkey, what's going on, man? Congrats, you got your wish. Thanks. I kind of did, man. I kind of did. Yeah, I don't know how you feel about it, but I'm pretty happy about everything. Okay. Will Punisher's open wound debuff trigger willpower? No, open wound is passive, not debuff. Yeah, not debuff. I want to see them talk more about willpower. No, he won't trigger his poison while attacking. We increase the chance to trigger his signature ability poison. This was for Abomination. Okay. How would Doctor Strange flat health recovery per hit be calculated? The amount of health is a value calculated off Doctor Strange base health. Each strike while he's under the lifesteal buff effect will grant that amount. Okay. I wonder if that means we're not going to see a change to Doctor Strange's lifesteal. If you don't have health buffs on you, and if you don't have poison on you. Like, it's going to be a nerf for people like me who run Liquid Courage. There's absolutely going to be a nerf, but after reading this, there might not be a nerf for players who don't run Liquid Courage, and players who are not using him on with a health buff or something like that. Alright. Sorry, Frojo. Soon, man. Let me finish reading this. Will debuffs like degen, bleed, and poison change to be calculated off of base attack? No, any debuff controlled by a map node that says percentage based will still be percentage based effect. Description will continue to match this result. Okay. How will precision be affected by these changes? Precision will now grant a boost to the new critical rating stat for all champions. It will still boost your chance to score a critical hit. Okay. What will happen to Black Widows and Hulk synergies for stun now that Hulk gets stun on specials anyway? Answer, no effect. They will still have individual roll calls. Yep, could have guessed that one. Does Punisher's open wounds count as stacks of bleed but passive, no damage? Correct. They are there to allow him to use a new ability that allows him to trigger bleeds on an already bleeding opponent. Okay. Still slightly confusing. I mean, I kind of understand that. I'm hoping that Punisher's ability works with that mastery that reduces healing on the opponents. That could actually be pretty cool. Is the ammo type Winter Soldier starts with random? When it switches ammo type, is that also random, or can it be controlled? No, the ammo always goes in the same sequence. In case you need to cycle specific ammo type, you can for a specific champion. Okay. Will Yellow Jacket 3 hits, Power Beam 1s hit at the same at speed as level 1. They fire at a very similar rate, but the second special attack beams will have slightly more spacing between the hits. It will still be dodgeable if you back up far enough. Okay. So that does make his special 2 a little bit more difficult to dodge. It's going to be slightly more difficult to beat Yellow Jacket, but still not terribly difficult. He was never when I was new to the game, actually, I struggled with Yellow Jacket, but for the longest time, he hasn't been difficult. All right. What actually is the point of Challenger rating? What does it add to the game? Because at the moment, all I see is a way to make the hard fights harder still. This is a way to have single ranks of abilities to improve game performance. The Challenger rank controls how the abilities scale with champ rank and rarity. I'm still curious to know more about that. How will this affect Star-Lord's signature ability? Will he still gain X% attack every 10 combo hits? Yeah, no change. Okay. That's about it. I'm guessing if I scrolled through here, there'd be about 5 million people saying, I hate everything, burn to the ground, kabam, hate you. 101 over here. Whoa. That's not even the final. Wow, let's see how long this is. 143 pages. 144. My goodness. This is crazy. People are just flooding it with anger. All right. Brian, where do you get all that info? It's at the link right over here. So in like the news and discussion thing, at the news and announcement page to find all this info. Yeah. It's at the bottom here, and then you just click on this, and it'll take you over to the FAQ. I'll be back in like 2 seconds, guys. I've had to blow my nose for a little bit here. It's bothering me. Yeah, literally two seconds, and then we're gonna Skype with Frojo and chat it up a little bit. Hang on. All right. Game is gonna be better, yay or nay? It gets a big yay from me, man. All of the new things coming to the game. All of the new things coming to the game. Okay. Brian, read my last message. All right, Dodgy. Hold on. Let me see. Oh, and I have to check Twitter first. Oh, sorry. Twitter, and then Skype with Frojo. Twitter, and then Skype with Frojo. Brian, I'm so ready for this patch. I get free Awakening Gems and other stuff for not being affected because I didn't have Scarlet Witch or Thor Awakened. I don't have either as 4 stars at all. Yeah. It's pretty sweet, man. Definitely pretty sweet for you. I'm just, yeah, like I said, I'm just super excited about new content. New content is what I've been craving, guys. That's the best thing that they can do in this game. Let me go to Twitter real quick. Alright. Notifications. Swaggy Spoder. You said you sent something over, right? I'm not seeing anything here. Yeah, I don't see anything. Swaggy Spoder, if you're still in the chat here. Maybe not. Alright, Skype with Frojo, guys. Skype with Frojo. Alright, I'm sorry late to the stream. Happy belated birthday. Thanks, man. Hope the hate hasn't been too bad for this update. Glad to know someone from the YouTube community likes it. Oh, there you go. Mention the comment of the post. Should be able to go original. Alright, hang on, Swaggy Spoder. Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know if there's hate directed at me or just at Kabam. In any case, I'm pumped, dude. I'm totally pumped. Line first. Alright, Frojo, give me one sec. Oh wait, okay, I see it now, Swaggy Spoder. Hang on. Basically, you're talking about Scarlet Witch, Thor, and Ultron. Just talking about asking about not nerfing the champion so much. Ultron, I wouldn't worry about Ultron at all, man. I don't think Ultron's nerf is going to be too noticeable at all. Thor and Scarlet Witch probably will be pretty noticeable, but yeah, like I said, wait till the change actually happens, test it out. They obviously didn't make these changes quickly, otherwise Scarlet Witch would have been nerfed like a million times sooner. So let's wait for the actual update on those champions. Let's see how they actually play out. If they are too weak, then just give some like honest, level-headed feedback, saying like, hey, a little bit overdone, guys, which I think they probably did for Thor. Let me do this real quick. Hang on, guys. I gotta check Line app real quick here. Frojo. It didn't freeze, guys. Hang on, hang on. I know the sound stopped and everything, but I'm still here. See, look. What do you think about the other parts, though? Not about those champs? I didn't see any other part. I'll have to look at it again, Swaggy Spoder. Give me a second, though. Let me get Skype going here. Yeah. See, this is why I didn't really want to do this tonight, is because I don't know how to set this up the best way. Let me hide that too now. Jeez. Give me one sec here, guys. I never know what's actually going to show up on my computer. Like, I have nothing to hide, but still, I don't know what's actually going to show up on screen, like some crazy thing out of nowhere. Okay. Frojo, I'm going to tell you my Skype stuff here. Sorry, guys. Okay. We'll see if Frojo adds us here, and then we'll get everything all set up and going. Okay. Lag? So lag right now? Brian, will you answer my question, please? Braxton Wall, what do you got? Brian, what do you think of them splitting up the arenas into your own PI group, and how will that affect the scores? No, I wouldn't want to see it be in a PI group. I wouldn't want to see that. Okay. Frojo, what's up, man? I don't know if anyone on my stream can actually hear you right now. Hold on. Let me set this up. Last time I did this with Seaton, there was like a little bit of echoing going on, but that might be the only way that I can set it up quickly here without tinkering with too many settings. Give me a sec. Okay. Um, testing, testing. Hang on, I gotta go into my sound settings. No, 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 still not, still not. I was just testing for your side. Um, audio settings, here we go. Okay, say something, Frojo.
Hey, hey, can y'all hear me?
Does that work for you guys? Is that too loud? Is Frojo too loud, guys? There might be a
Hey,
little.
guys, can y'all hear me?
There might be a little bit of an echo, guys. I'm sorry about that if there is, but I um, can't really fix if there's an echo. Good
They're
enough,
saying,
everybody's saying?
my side's saying you're kind of low, but think they can still hear you.
Okay. Yeah, everyone on my side saying you're pretty good. Someone said a couple people are saying a little bit louder. Let me see if I can make it a little bit louder, guys. Hold
They're
on.
saying you're good now.
Saying I'm good now. All right, hang
Yeah.
on. Let me raise you up a little bit. That's not your guys' computers. That's mine. All right. Test it again, Frojo.
Hello, hello, hello.
Is that good now, guys? Hopefully that's good. I'm not gonna raise it anymore. But if it's too loud or anything like that, let me know. And Swaggy Spoder, let me check Twitter one more time for you, man. Do you think there should be a bigger range of accommodation index ratings for the patch? I don't really care much about the accommodations, to be completely honest. Um, they're making the game better in my opinion, so I don't really care what they give us. They're giving us a better game. That's what I care about the most. Oh, I see. Okay, there was like two pictures in the post. Aha. Okay. Swaggy Spoder, you were saying please make Luke Cage hit harder. Same with Colossus 2. They are tanks and that's it, but they don't have good use pretty much anywhere but defense. Real bummer because they are great characters. I I don't think they should be changed. Actually, I like. I want them to be more defensive focused champions. They could do some things to change the champions, but as far as like them hitting harder, probably not so much. Probably not so much. Let me just. Sorry, Frojo. Let me read through the rest of this real quick here.
No, it's fine, it's fine.
All right, all right. There are many champs who also deserve to have reduced power gain. Mordo comes to mind, as well as a few others. I'm not sure about that, Swaggy Spoder. I still haven't really played much against Mordo, actually, just because, yeah, once he's around as a basic champion, I'm sure I'll see him a lot more, but I don't see him all that often right now. Um, not at my tier level, at least. Um, okay, and then you also said about the accommodations, but I kind of already answered that. Um, okay, and then you also said, other than that, you're excited for the changes to come on March 1st. So yeah, I think really the best thing to do is just to like wait and see out the updates if you guys aren't happy with some of the changes and stuff like that. But yeah, anyway, so what's going on, Frojo man? What's your thoughts on all this?
Alright, alright, so my thoughts are is that they can take down the top champs because there's always going to be somebody that replaces them, and there's substitutes, and we can learn to use other champs that we have that can basically do the same things, and they're just knocking those, they're not taking those champs away. They're still going to
Yeah.
be pretty good, except Thor. Thor's getting the biggest knock.
I think it's a little
And
too strong for Thor, right? Like it
yeah,
seems like a little too big of a nerf for Thor.
yeah, Thor's getting destroyed. And but like Doctor Strange, he's only getting barely adjusted, and
Yeah.
Black Widow's getting knocked down. But then you can bring her back up with synergies if they don't change the synergies too hard there.
Yeah, I don't think there's a problem with Black Widow. I almost don't care at all about that. She was definitely one of the champions that I've talked about that was like a little
Right,
too
right.
powerful. Thor, I don't think like if they're gonna nerf his damage that much, okay. But yeah, I do think they need to give him a little something else. I don't even know what it is. I threw out poison immunity just because a lot of cosmic champions have poison immunity. But maybe if they give him some other kind of defensive thing or something like that,
Yeah,
that'd be fine too.
yeah, because he is cosmic, and a lot of the cosmics do have that poison immunity, and him being an Asgardian and stuff, that makes sense for him to still have something like that.
Yeah, yeah. If they did that, that'd be good. But we'll see what actually happens when he's out.
Yeah, because we don't know everything that's being released in this patch. Because they did say the PI is going to adjust on the champs and stuff, so they could give him more attack and more health, and they're not saying that in the patch release. We're not privy to everything that they're doing here.
Yeah. So that's the other thing too is all those base stats. Like, what are those gonna look like? Is his just gonna be? His might be really high. He might have like more attack to compensate, but maybe they just didn't want his armor break to be so insane. So maybe he'll still be a monster against lower armor enemies, but maybe not on higher ones or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, it would have been nice if they would at least left his armor break at 2, or and then like weakened like the percent that it does or something.
Yeah, maybe leaving it stackable, but just reducing it in some other way. I don't know.
Yeah.
So
So, one of my guys was saying that the Wolverine nerf on regen, it's not like a Wolverine nerf in general. It's just they're changing regen in general, like how it's gonna work. From
yeah,
what I read, yeah.
that's what I think too. I think that it's I think the regen and healing is going to be the same if you're using a champion. It's just going to be different going up against a champion that has, um, like a 300% health gain, like increased health or something like that.
Yeah. So what I'm thinking, like the regen's gonna be like on champions, is they have a set amount that they're gonna regen, like each champion. Like
Right.
Wolverine might be 50 health per tick, and that'll be
Right.
it. And even though it's an alliance war or alliance quest on a certain node, it's still gonna that's gonna be its tick. Like it's still gonna regen for like 50 or whatever it is. I'm just using 50 as a number. It
Right.
might be 200 for all we know. Because we don't know. It's probably not going to be that high. That 200 would be freaking awesome, but you know,
So yeah, it's probably going to be like exactly what he's healing for now, just not with the health, not with like the health boost node. So what I think that change is for the most part, if I had to guess, well, two reasons. One, like two things. One, yeah, they want to keep it in line with the new systems of not having percentage-based healing and stuff like that. But one of the reasons for that is probably to help out newer players to the game. For a newer player, going up against like a Wolverine as like a boss or something like that, you like they can't they can't beat Wolverine. Um,
yeah, the lower tiers in war are really complaining about the regen champs as bosses. Not so much in the higher tiers are having troubles with it, but they're really trying to balance the bottom tier of the player base and the top player base. They're trying to bring it down to where everybody's more on equal ground, where everybody can kind of do the same things.
yeah, or maybe not even like doing the same things. Maybe that's not even like just um just making so that it's like playable for everybody, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that's probably why they're doing something like that.
The one thing that I don't agree with is the compensation package is like that's my biggest thing because people at 75K and then you got like some players at like 500K and 400, 300, 250. Like I really don't see how they're saying yeah 75K you get this and so does the guy at 500K that's been playing for 2 years and spent $30,000 on the game because some of these guys have spent more than that on the game.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. I still don't really care a whole lot about it. Um, I don't know if you were like, I don't. So yeah, I don't know if you were hearing what I was saying before, because I mean, obviously you're streaming too, but um, basically, as long as they're making the game better, I don't need to be compensated. It's like just make the game better. That's fine. Um, I understand that some people definitely spent money on all that stuff though, so it might be a little bit different for me. I might be
Yeah,
my feelings might be a little different. So yeah, for me, I guess I don't I still don't care all that much. Um,
yeah, I think that's what most of it is when you spend that kind of money on something and then a game changes it on you. I think that's what they're like I paid for that, not what you're giving me now, and that's what they're upset about.
yeah, yeah.
So, what's like I'm grinding right now, so you're gonna have to guide me a little bit here. Like, what's some of the things that stand out to you the most, like biggest changes?
Okay. Well, one thing here that somebody pointed out before when we were talking about Thor is they're also adding armor penetration as one of like the abilities. Let me go back and read this too.
Okay.
Hang on. Let me go. Let me put this back on screen here. Oh wow, my screen is like all messed up here a little bit. I think it's okay though. All right. Um, all right. Armor penetration, new stat that allows you to ignore a portion of your opponent's armor rating with every attack. Um, so that's really exciting.
With every attack?
Well, yeah, that's what they're saying with every attack. So I don't think that means like it stacks. I don't think they're saying it's like a Star Lord ability. I think it just means that.
Maybe
Uh,
something that scales as you go.
no, I think it's just like they're saying that it's not like a percent chance to like proc an armor break or something like that. I think it's literally just, let's say it was a mastery or something like that, and you could reduce enemies' armor by a certain amount because it's not even going to be percentage based anymore, right? It's going to be like an armor rating or something like that. Um,
Right.
so it would just ignore some of the opponent's armor rating on every single one of your attacks, not like a chance or something like that. So that's what I think that is, or you know maybe certain champions just have that baked into their abilities. So maybe Thor has that baked into his abilities where he's just gonna inherently ignore some armor, and maybe that's why it's not stacking anymore. Maybe it's kind of maybe it's not as big of a swing as we're all thinking because maybe they're making it so that you don't have to have like a bunch of armor breaks on him or with him to do a lot of damage. It's
Yeah,
really
like
it's hard to say.
yeah, like I see these people, man. Like I saw the forums too earlier when I went before I started grinding. Like I was reading this stuff, and people are like totally freaking out, and they don't even know. Like I was arguing with some of my alliance members too. I'm like, you guys, you don't know. I was like, y'all are thinking it's this, but what if it ends up being that, and it's actually way better for the game? Like some things, like
Yeah.
I'm like that doesn't sound good, but then some things are like, oh, that does sound bad. But we gotta see. Like we know Scarlet Witch is going from 15% to 3%, which I don't really understand because like they said they're getting away from percents, but yet they're using a percent for that. Like that to me is like what like you're gonna say you don't want to use percents, but you're using a percent.
I mean, yeah, for some of this stuff, I don't think there's any way around it though, right? Like, because how would her ability work if it wasn't a percent? Um,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
Honestly, when I think about Scarlet Witch, like, all right, yeah, she's getting nerfs, right? She's getting her and Thor are by far getting the two biggest nerfs,
Yeah, the
right?
worst.
Um, it's but for Scarlet Witch, it's so difficult to say like exactly what that does for the champion. Um, with Thor, I feel like it's a little bit easier to tell, even though we don't know like his other base stats that they're adding, um, which might balance some of it. But honestly, I don't think it's gonna be. I don't think it's gonna balance it that much, right? Like I still think that Thor is he might need a little bit of a buff. He might need another balance adjustment afterwards. For Scarlet Witch, it's like almost impossible to tell. Um, her stun duration is still pretty long. It's a much lower chance to get that stun, but I mean
Her
if you
her her stun and regen are the same percent, right?
yes.
Okay.
So this is what I'm thinking about for Scarlet Witch, right? And this is the kind of thing that you don't really know until you play with the champion with the new changes. So the way Scarlet Witch worked before is a lot of the time you can just stun lock your opponent and um, yeah, like that's the end of the fight, or like you stun lock them long enough to like drain their power or whatever, right? And you can survive off of that. Um, but let's like with this new change, it's reducing the stun chance, but um, it's also reducing the stun duration. So you're not going to be able to stun lock the opponent. So like I don't know. I feel like you're like stunning the opponent, you'll still be able to get in a bunch of free extra hits, but you're not going to want to push them. You're not just going to ignore their power meter. You're going to have to play around their power meter now. So the fact that you can't stun lock them throughout the whole fight, like I don't know. I'm not explaining this all that well. I think you just have to play with the champion.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, yeah. We're gonna have. That's the thing. It's like starting the game all over again. You know, for everybody. Like everybody's like, everybody's starting over from day one again on learning these champs all over again.
for some of them, yeah. For some
Yeah,
of them,
for like I'm talking about the main the nerf champs that are getting hit.
yeah, yeah,
Like Star Lord, it's the same. He's not really changing. It's capping
right,
out at 400. I don't understand why people are complaining about Star Lord at all. Because I mean,
yeah,
if you're up to 400 hits and you're complaining you're not getting extra damage going higher than 400, I mean you're gonna get there. It's just gonna be a few more extra hits till you kill them off.
yeah. I mean, I honestly I saw. All right, so I was busy all day. I was like with
Yeah,
my
yeah,
family and stuff, and but I every once in a while I would clear out like 200 or 300 line messages, and I would just kind of like skim through it as I was like scrolling down just to clear them out and stuff. And I saw Star Lord's name get brought up a few times, and I was like, oh no, what'd they do to Star Lord? Like I felt like Star Lord was good. I felt like you got rewarded for your skill, and um, there's ways to kind of nerf that damage to a point with like safeguard and stuff like that, right? So I was like, oh man, I really thought that Star Lord was good where he's at, and then I see the actual changes, and I'm like, this is what people were complaining about, really? What?
yeah. I didn't really understand that one either.
Kind of nuts. So did you read any of the other new things coming to the game, like the arena system, the arena changes?
Did they post the arena changes?
I mean, they didn't post like all the changes, but it sounds like we're getting what you were asking for actually, with just more options for arenas to compete in. That's all they really said is revamped arena system that includes more options for arenas to compete in. More information will be available soon.
Yeah, yeah, I saw that part.
Um,
That's something that I've actually been saying from like over a year ago, and I really felt like it would help split, especially if they do it to where you can lock out and not do both. Because if you're able to do both, it's not gonna fix anything because it didn't before when they did the 5 versus 5 arenas. When they made the 5 versus 5 arenas, they came out and said when they took it away that they meant for newer players and newer alliances to play the 5 versus 5, and the more experienced players still play the regular solo arenas. And they said they figured that the younger alliances, the newer players that they would band together and play. They didn't expect the the veteran players to play both, and the
Yeah.
top players, they're gonna play both. If they're given the option, they're gonna put. I mean, you got guys doing 20, 30 million. So I
Yeah.
mean, they could play both and put 10 million in both, and and still win, if, because they're able to split.
Yeah.
But if they use like a key, like everybody's given an arena key every time a 3 day arena starts. They give you 2 or 3 options of arenas to choose from, and you get to unlock one. You're locked into that one arena. You don't know what the whole community is doing, because I mean, you got people that may have this champion. Oh, this is the new champion. Everybody's hyped about him, but you like this third champion that it's got a good ability and he's got good masteries, and like he fits your play style, so you go for it, and then you might have a real easy time scoring for it. Like it's gonna it's
Yeah.
it's gonna be like huge question marks. Like there's gonna be no way to gauge it, like ever. Like how we doing it now, like how we're arena night is like helping like he's tracking the arena system, so we're able to guesstimate and figure out like where we're gonna be every arena, so we have kind of like a foothold, like okay, this is about the right point we should get, so if I score a little bit more than that, I should be safe. But we don't know still. But if there's 2 or 3 arenas going on at once, there's gonna be no clue, except the featured new arena is always gonna be the highest scoring one, because the top players, the veterans, that's the ones they're gonna go for, because they have all the old champs. Let's face it.
Yeah. Yeah. But at the same time too, so they might, it might be, I mean, because they didn't say what the rewards are going to be. It might not even be like an arena that offers champion rewards, right? So what if they
Yeah.
actually made a system where they asked players to compete for something else that maybe was a little bit more enticing than a new featured champion? It's, I mean, it's hard to compete with getting a new champion, right?
Well,
But
if
maybe
they put
it's doable.
if they put some of those tier 2 alphas in those the newer catalysts, they're definitely the the top players. I guarantee you, they'll go for those catalysts, because if they're able to rank 5, their 5 stars are and
That's
stuff,
true.
they're gonna go for that. They're gonna go for that, because if they get that prestige gain it's only gonna last for a while though. Once they get 5, they're gonna go back after those champions,
Now what?
except unless they're trying to lock out other teams. Because man, that was the big thing. Uh, Before you started playing, before you were in the game, MMX used to lock down the events. Like they used to be the top teams. Like every alliance that in the top ranking was MMX, 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 MMX. Like every single one of them.
Mm. So like what you're saying makes a lot of sense if they added like some kind of tier 2 alpha rewards, because a lot of those top guys, they have so many 5-star shards anyway that they could just start like, I mean, a lot of them have already just been going for like, I'm sure, featured 5-star after featured 5-star, right?
Yeah.
um, so maybe like if they got those featured 5-stars, maybe they wouldn't even care about the 4-star version of that champion, and maybe that would open it up for other players a
Yeah.
bit to some degree, right? Because not
Yeah.
everybody would be on their level and stuff like that. But
Yeah. It would, but like even like right like a couple weeks ago when Cable was out, I knew I didn't have time to play one of the arenas, but like if there would have been a separate arena like there was for that third one, I would have won X23 over there, and I would have went for X23 over Cable, because I knew I didn't have time. Like I was
yeah,
trying to get Cable on that second one, but I knew I didn't really have time, but I really wanted Cable.
yeah,
But if if that option would have been there, I would have been like, okay, I'll play this, because I know if I score 16 million like I did, I will get X23.
yeah, yeah. It's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be interesting. Whatever they do, they've obviously like thought about it for a long time, right? And they've had an opportunity now to test a few different things. Maybe they really did like the way that things went for that Cable and X23 arena. Um,
Yeah, I think like I said in one couple of my videos around that time that I thought that was a test arena. Like they were testing to see how this goes. This wasn't. They used the whole cable glitch thing as an excuse because it wasn't even that bad. Like I had it going on into like the second day of that first arena. Look how many
yeah,
points we scored, man. Like I
yeah.
was like this. It wasn't that bad. I was like this them saying like they're gonna do this is a test.
You may be right. At this like you may be right because I mean they definitely tested it out. They've tested it out that to some degree in the past, right? When they had like that like so the 5v5 arena, that's what you're saying it was instead of a 3v3, right?
Yeah, they
Then
had and it was your whole alliance played together. Your score all added up.
oh, you scroll it up. Okay. And then the other thing they tested out one time. I remember it was. Let me stop clicking on this. I'm sure this is a very annoying sound. Um,
Time.
they tested out where they had a 5-star only champion arena, right? Um, but it was
Yeah,
for
like
tier 4 class
did,
catalysts.
didn't they do it once?
They only did it once as far as I know, but I'm sure they got a lot of data from that, whether it was good or bad. Um,
Yeah, like in the beginning of the game, they also did an arena where you paid units every fight to play that, and I never did it, but it was there, and I know some of the guys that were in the top alliances at the time. That was like in the first few months, and at the time, like I wasn't sure if I was gonna play the game at the level, so I never even like opened it. Like it cost
yeah,
units to open it, and then every round cost units. And
yeah,
so like I never experienced it myself, but I know like when they took it away, a lot of the top players were upset. I think it was easier for them to win in that because and I think players were happier on the other side too. I think my stream just crashed. Nope, it's back. Okay.
yeah. I mean, doing something like that where it costs units, that
All right,
definitely
so
tailors to the
one of
top
my
players a lot.
guys, you still there?
Yeah, yeah, I'm still here.
Oh, okay. They they keep asking me. They want to ask you, how does nerfing the game make it better? How does it make the game better?
Um, the biggest thing for me is Labyrinth of Legends. This is the biggest example. Like, I could argue that this would happen for a lot of other um, that like this would impact a lot of other things in the game, but Labyrinth of Legends is really the prime example that's in game right now, that I can show exactly how it affects the game. Um, they had to come up with some kind of fix to stop one champion, in my opinion. Again, they've never actually said if this was just meant for Scarlet Witch or not. Um, but the Dold buff in Labyrinth of Legends, crit chance is reduced by 50% chance, or 50% for each buff active on you and debuff active on your opponent. If I'm not mistaken, it was a while ago now that they added it, and I wasn't at the level I'm at now when they added Labyrinth, but if I'm not mistaken, they originally introduced Labyrinth without this node, without this global node, and then people blew through it with Scarlet Witch. Um, Instead of using their 5-star champions, they used a 4-star Scarlet Witch, got through Labyrinth, and then there was a whole mess when Labyrinth was originally added. It
Yeah,
got brought down, and then they brought it back up with this Dold node, and it hurts the game. It hurts the game because I would love to go through here. Let's say Black Panther would be a great addition or a great solution to Labyrinth, right? 5-star Black Panther. That just increases bleed damage even more. Deep Wounds is mastery that a lot of people find really enjoyable. I'm not a huge fan of bleed-based champions, but I would pick it up for something like that, right? That'd be really fun for me. That'd be a really fun thing to do in the game. And the fact that that node exists, in my opinion, to shut down Scarlet Witch hurts the game.
Yeah, basically that node is saying, hey, we made this specifically for this champion to stop this champion because that champion is overpowered. And I think they did that at first to not do what they're doing right now. And
Yeah.
it's still not working because she's too powerful in the rest of the game.
Right, right.
Also,
Yeah, I think no, I mean, I think that was a wake-up call of just how powerful she actually is to them. Like
yeah,
they probably already knew like that she was strong and everything, but that was probably just like, okay, wow, no, we need to do something, and it's gonna impact the game in such a big way. But let's come up with a temporary solution so that the content we made isn't totally wasted here, you know?
yeah. I thought it was totally hilarious because like before Labyrinth came out, they were saying no one's gonna be able to blow through this. Nobody's gonna be able to beat it.
Yeah.
It's the hardest. And then like within a few hours, like a day, like they said no one will be able to beat it within a day. And then like
Yeah.
several people did.
Yeah, and didn't like a couple people get through like two paths in like the same day or something like
Yeah,
that?
yeah.
It was insane. It was insane.
There was more than just the Scarlet Witch thing going on. There was a bunch of problems with Labyrinth when it first came out.
Yeah, yeah. I remember there was like that. The ratings, the champion ratings were all out of whack and everything, right?
Yeah, something like that.
And at first, I thought they were saying like it was just a visual bug, and then it turned out to not be a visual bug, and
You know, they say
yeah,
that a lot, and then they say a lot of things, and then they have to eat those words later on.
yeah, yeah. That definitely does happen. I mean, it a lot of times, like there are visual bugs in the game, right? So I understand
Right,
why they
right.
say it, but yeah, you're right. There's definitely times where nope, that's not a visual bug.
Yeah,
That's
because I think when I was grinding like um on one of my things, I was like, wait, where are the other champions? I was like for some reason some of my champions like PI were like 300-400 lower than they were supposed to be, and then
mhm.
I would put them on the team, and then I'd hit find match, and then when I would like was on the match, then their rating was right, but I was having to look for the champions that are normally right there. I was like, wait, why are they not right here with these champions? So
Yeah,
it was throwing me off, and all it was a visual bug that was going on.
yeah. Yeah, that was probably the most common one. That's probably why they like automatically assumed that the one around Labyrinth time was just a visual bug, because that one tends to happen a lot, where you just log out of the game and log back in and you're good.
Yeah, yeah, that's all you have to do normally.
Yeah.
Do you want to like do a rundown on everything like real quick, like because I know some people like may have just joined or whatnot. I mean, unless you gotta do you and gotta go or whatever.
No, no, no. I'll do a little bit of a rundown. I'm like also, you know, playing through some matches and stuff like that too. So,
Oh, okay,
um,
okay. Well, we
what?
can just keep talking.
Yeah, yeah. Let's
You see, you
actually
got a break.
let's just do that. Let's just keep talking. So, there was something else I wanted to ask you about here. Okay, yeah. So, give me your thoughts on Prestige, because everything's changing as far as Prestige goes, and
Yeah,
someone from my alliance was saying that they think it's going to benefit the top players the most, and I could see it benefiting them, but I don't know. I feel like the position that my alliance is in, we're going to benefit quite a bit from it too. So what are your thoughts on that?
man, that's like that was like one of the first things I thought of. I was like, how is this going to affect Prestige? Because we already have these champions like Doctor Strange, Scarlet Witch, Thor. They're low prestige. Now, if
Yeah,
they take away their super abilities and they give them some more base stats, are they gonna be good prestige champions now? And
yeah,
not and because like at first I was like, well maybe I unrank Thor, because like he was like the only one I was like, I think I'm gonna unrank Thor, and like the rest of them I was like, I think I can get around them. But Thor, I was like, man, I think I probably, but I still don't know who I'd rank in his place. But
Right.
because I got like pretty much the other good um, cosmic characters. But yeah,
Yeah.
like the prestige is gonna shift because they're changing the PI. Like they specifically said uh the guy who makes the prestige calculator on the Google Sheets, he asked them
Right.
and he said that they were working on it and they're gonna get that information out to us because the base stats are gonna change. They said like some of them aren't gonna change much, like maybe like 1%, but others will change more. So it's gonna be interesting to see on some of that.
Yeah. It'll be interesting for sure. I It would be nice if they like released all the information on Prestige. I could see some reasons why they wouldn't want to do that, but it would be kind of nice if they just released all of that.
Well, I think this whole thing is I don't think they meant to. They didn't want to drop this information today.
No,
They did
definitely
it.
not.
They did it in reaction to MCOC mod and True Coach dropping a bomb on the community, and and it's good because maybe we can help fix. Because sometimes Kabam overreacts on things, and then after they hear from us, they do listen and they do adjust sometimes. Sometimes they don't. Like before, one time they adjust the cooldown timers like ridiculously, right? And they didn't. They just did it. They didn't ask us. They didn't talk to us about it. They just switched them. They were like cooldown timers was 6 hours for like 4 stars and longer for 5 stars,
Yeah,
and it was just crazy. Everybody, even me, I was like, this is ridiculous. I said I'm gonna play like twice a day now, like for real, and and uh and I was like they just like what's they said that they did it to reduce arena time because they didn't feel like people would refresh as much in between that time. And I was like, y'all do not know your player base. These guys, they will sit there and refresh the
yeah,
entire time. I
yeah,
was like, and then they're gonna be pissed off and quit because eventually they're gonna be like, this is too much money. This is not any fun.
yeah. No, that would like so I was a little too new when that happened. I think that was like the patch notes that I read that happened like right before I started playing the game or something like that. But I remember reading that, and yeah, looking back on it, I would bet that's all it would do is just like give the spenders a bigger advantage over the people who had more time, which is maybe what they were going for, right? Um, but yeah, that would have totally screwed over people like me.
Yeah, it only lasted like 3 days, and then they were like, "Okay, our bad," and then it went back to how it was.
Yeah. Um, so, in regards to the like when they were going to release this information, part of their notes here, so they had this stuff all typed up and ready to go. I'm sure like if it wasn't going to automatically publish on the forums at a certain date, then I'm sure like they just had it ready so that when Kabam Mike came in that day, he would have just hit click and it would have published on the forums. They have
Right.
something in the notes here. Um, they're talking about it's under section so what now, and they're saying to give players more time to become accustomed to the change. We will be making a few adjustments to the schedule of upcoming events. The first thing here says Alliance Quest will start 2 days earlier so as not to coincide with the new patch release. This means the next round of Alliance Quest will start tomorrow, February 23rd. Um, which means these notes were supposed to go live February 22nd, which is Wednesday.
Okay. Yeah, that's kind of what I was figured that this information was probably supposed to come out on Monday when the work week started, so they could do what's going on right now. Except it's Saturday and there's like no one there except Adora and Mike and the couple other guys that have been responding.
Yeah,
uh, because they can't get answers like they need to right now because there's so many people asking questions and wanting to know all this stuff, and they're not totally involved with everything, those guys. So you know, they're only be able to get, what they're doing, and they're just trying to keep us calm until Monday as much as they can.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, man, I said it before, but like I feel bad for uh, the community guys. So like Mike,
Yeah,
Adora, and if other people responding too, um, because
yeah,
I'm
'cause they,
sure they've planned this out for months of like when is the right time to do this, and they were like, okay, all right, we're gonna announce it 1 week before the patch hits. We're gonna dedicate all of this time to just being like full force on the forums, ready to answer these guys' questions like Spitfire. I'm sure the developers had time set aside that they can be talking and responding to Mike and Adora as they're asking questions and stuff like that. And then this happens, and man, disaster.
yeah, it kind of is, but it kind of needed to come out as fast as it could. That way, when they come in on Monday, they can look over it all, and instead of wasting several days of us just figuring it out and stuff like that, like now they can already go ahead and look at our concerns and what we're worried about before they even have to drop this information now, because they weren't planning on us finding out until later.
Yeah. I'm just looking at my Alliance War opponents here. They just left a whole big gap in the left side here. That's pretty nice. Um, but yeah,
There on the forums, right? Like, there's a ton of people saying they're quitting. I don't actually believe them. I think a lot of it is people trying to get them to reverse the changes,
oh yeah,
and
for
I
sure.
don't really believe them. Um, yeah, some of them are true, right? Because some people are gonna quit because this is how they are. They don't
Yeah,
like change. They don't
right.
want to revert back to day one. But yeah, people are gonna quit if or after a week or two of playing the new way and they don't like it. Like, a lot of people are like, "This is the end." Man, this is not the end. I don't feel like this is the end. I really feel like this is a balancing of of the they're taking the god tier and they're making them semi god tier except Thor. It looks like they're just killing him off. But
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
they're taking the weakest champs we got in the game except for Luke Cage and Old Man Logan, it seems like, and they're moving them up. They're moving them up to the middle of the pack.
Yeah, they're definitely moving up some of them. I mean, some of the changes are probably not going to even matter, right? Like Iron Patriot, it's good that they made this change, but even still, like I mean, he was never like. I feel like he gets crapped on a little bit more than he deserves, but even still, I'm probably not going to use him, right? I doubt you're going to use him either. Um,
Which one?
Iron Patriot, they made his health activation just 15%
Yeah,
instead of
yeah,
10%.
that wasn't that great.
But like yeah,
There's still other things they could do to help him out.
some of the other things like Kamala Khan gets increased block proficiency, which is nice. Like of course it's a little help to her, but I do wish that they would have just like changed the way her fury stacks a bit. Um, I mean, this isn't the end either though, so everyone should keep that in
Right,
mind. They
right.
did a lot of work in this patch. They touched upon a lot of champions as they're working on new champions, as they're working on new content to be added to the game. So I'm sure this is not the last of it. I'm sure the bulk of their time came with adjusting Winter Soldier, Spider Gwen, Scarlet Witch, and Thor, Punisher, and then probably Hulk. Those seem to be like the biggest changed champions, the most changed champions.
Yeah, I think those are the ones that were getting voiced the most, besides like Luke Cage. I'm really surprised. I was really when I didn't see Luke Cage in that list, I was really surprised. And but yeah, like I totally agree with what you were saying.
See, I can see that I can see that like of why they wouldn't want to adjust Luke Cage, kind of. Because he is like a super defensive champion, right? Like,
Right.
if you had to change Luke Cage, so what would you say to do? Are you just like referring to his damage?
Um. Okay. I think. they like you know how his ability where he can block a special three if he's not been hit. Like you have to not be hit to do that. Like if you can avoid them and you beat them all the way down to their special three and you haven't been hit yet invulnerability if you haven't activated that yet and they do a special three, Luke Cage will survive. You know he's not going to take any damage. I
Right.
think they should make that to where it's automatic. That way, he's useful on all or nothing nodes. Like you can take him on your team. You can go fight all or nothing nodes, and if you're really good at the game, you can take no hits, and then you can fill them up to special three, and then you can take that hit, and then you can keep fighting with him, and then you can go to the next one. Because I mean, when they do those all or nothing nodes in the Alliance quest, they do them in a route, you know, just like they
Yeah.
do with all of them. You know, they put them all in a row.
Right.
Like
Right.
that's one of the routes that I do, and I use power drain. But like if they did Luke Cage that way, that would be another option, and that would make him very unique in something that he could do, and then you could use him in war and that way too.
Okay. All right. Actually, I'm on board with what you're saying. Like, what if they did this for him? Because I disagree when people say that they need to like increase his damage because he's clearly like a very defensive champion, right? Um, so what if they did something like this, kind of to go with what you're saying and give him more chances at having that invulnerability? So what if like his special attacks have a chance to like let's say you start out the fight with an invulnerability um, buff or something like
Activated.
that, right? And it it starts to go away if you take a hit, just like it does now, where if you actually get hit, it'll last for like 3 seconds or whatever it is. And then let's say if you lose that buff, maybe you can gain it back percentage chance based on your special abilities, something like that. So let's say you are going to push the champion to their special 3, but if you use your special to push them to level 3 and you can gain that invulnerability or something like that, to play around it, something like that, right? What do you
Yeah,
think?
that would be pretty cool to be able to do too. Like if you kind of like with Ghost Rider, like you can do different combos and stuff, and like say if you did enough of them, like say you did this heavy, you did a 5 hit light attack, and then you did the medium, light, 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 medium. Maybe if you were able to get all those, you could gain his invulnerability back, something like that. Like you're
Yeah,
like I'm saying it a different way than you're saying it, but
right,
you
right,
know just a different thought process. Another way that hey, y'all don't like that idea. What about this idea? You know?
right, right. No, okay, yeah, I would be on board with seeing something like that. I would totally be on board with seeing something like that. Someone wants us to comment on something.
Okay.
Jason Heitzman, $2 donation. Appreciate it, man. Check my last comment, please. All right, give me 1 second to find your comment here. He wants both mine and your opinion on it.
Okay.
Um, let's actually find it here. The only comment I'm seeing from you is I'm glad Rocket didn't get touched, which I'm also happy about. Jason, if you could ask that question again, man. I'm sorry. I tried looking for it. I could not find it. I sent a super chat with a question. Why didn't it show up? Yeah, I didn't see that one. If you could just ask again, I'll pay attention for it.
So, I was thinking, like, you know how I was, Scarlet Witch's region is like based off percent. Like how many stats are we gonna see with percents, and how many stats are we not? Like flat rate percentage. Like how are they gonna say like they don't want to do that, but then, you know, I don't know.
I think they're just talking more about like
Like I know why Dormammu's broken. It's because of that percentage. Like they can't get the formula to work right with the percentage. Like it has something to do with that. And then the other champions are the same way. Like it scales too much over time.
Man, I haven't even haven't even checked out Dormammu yet. One positive thing about people quitting potentially.
Easier to score, easier
Yeah,
ranking. But
I
it also sucks because if we do lose a large number of paying players, the game is closer to dying in that aspect. You know.
yeah. I mean I don't even think that many people are gonna leave though. Like you said, I
I
think
don't.
people are
I don't.
just complaining. But all right, Jason Knightsman, do you think they will release a Netflix version of Luke Cage? This is the only version of Luke Cage I know, so Frojo man, you're gonna have to take it away on this one. Is the Netflix version you think different than what we have in game?
The Netflix
Yeah.
Daredevil.
No, Luke Cage. Is he much different than what we have in game here, or are they pretty
Oh, you
much?
mean like like the actual character? Um, they look very similar. Yeah, I would say that's the Netflix Luke Cage. If I had to like put a look to him, that's pretty much how he looked. Except he didn't have the yellow shirt until like maybe like one episode. He didn't really wear yellow too much.
Okay.
But I think we're gonna see the yellow shirt Luke Cage once they get to the Defenders Netflix show, which is coming up later this year.
Okay.
Because they already took like the promo pictures and stuff, and he's wearing a yellow shirt.
Okay. So yeah, this is actually what Jason's saying is maybe that's why they didn't buff him because they'll release a Netflix version or maybe just an alternate version that is awesome with Defenders coming out later this year. So yeah, that's also a possibility. It's also I'm sure they had a list of champions that they want to address and they just had to they're limited by time. So they probably just picked out the ones with like the biggest several factors, right? Like the biggest complaints, the internal stats, like how many champions are being used in what areas, what kind of win percentages these champions have, and stuff like that. Um, I think it's interesting that they talk their response when people asked about buffing Hulk. They were pretty firm that Hulk was a good champion and that it was fine as is, which I
Uh,
I agreed with, but I said he was like boring, right? I said that he was boring. They never once, as far as I know, said that they were working on like changing up Hulk.
yeah, I think it's more about that he's not an amazing champion. Like he's Hulk. He's supposed to be the strongest Marvel character in the universe. Like you get him, the more angry he gets, the more stronger he gets, the more he'll destroy you and crush you. And he doesn't really do that. Like you're basically let him be a punching bag, let his health get low, and unleash a special two or special three, depending on how low and his power fast it fills up. But yeah, but like with this new way that he's gonna be able to do stuns and do stuff, he's gonna be an option to actual fight with, and not just let him get beat up and then keep his health at and then hope you survive and not get hit or something. Because they
Yeah,
took away uh ways to for him to take no damage while blocking, because people used to do that, right? They used to take two of the perfect block champs, and then he took barely like no damage if you
right.
took him. Like I had a guy in my alliance, 5-star alliance, that it's still out there. They re after the main part fell apart, they rebuilt, and they're still there. They still really good alliance actually. And he used to only use Hulk, and Hulk would be like a sliver of a health. And what happens is, even if he timed out, like if he got the other guy to a special three, uh, he would let it time out, and then he wouldn't lose any more health, because once their health was, I don't know if it's still this way, but at the time it was. If the health was so low, it wouldn't cut in half anymore. It would stay where it was.
Okay.
And he would play just with Hulk and smash them down, like the whole route, like boss. He would take out bosses with Hulk, everything.
Interesting. Yeah, I never. I've never heard of anybody doing that before. Actually, that's pretty interesting.
Yeah, there was lots of things that people were doing with that with the perfect block. Like I was only running like when I was doing Alliance Quest, I would take two of them and then run Rocket, and Rocket would I would smash through people with Rocket, and people were like, "Why are you bringing Rocket to Alliance Quest?" I said, "Do you see like how fast I'm doing these fights?" But
Yeah,
then eventually, they took when they took away that you weren't able to rock you get hit a couple times, Rocket's gone.
yeah,
But even while you're blocking, like they took that away. Like you used to be able to block with Rocket and take no damage, just about. Like you take a few damage, and
right.
but but now if you get hit while you're blocking, you're done.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Someone asked a question here. Uh, well, the Super Chat donation, Jashawn Gaming. Are regen champs history because of despair mastery? No, no, I don't think so. Um, no, I mean they're going to be less valuable in Alliance War on defense for sure, but they're still going to be. It sounds like they're still. It sounds like they're still going to be good to use if you're the player actually using these regen champions. That's what I take away from this.
He wants me also.
I mean, if you have something on it,
Yeah,
sure.
like I think the same thing. I think they're we need to see like how it's gonna adjust with this flat rate. If they're crappy flat rate regeneration for all the champions, then yeah, it's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt across the board. But I don't think they're gonna do that. I think too many of the champions rely on regen, like Iron Man and Sim. Like there's like nobody really complains like about Iron Man and Sim. Like oh that's way
Right.
too much health,
Yeah.
or even Ultron. Like that's way too much health. So I don't think we're gonna see like a huge nerf on regen. Like I think it was just mainly about how often Scarlet Witch was regenning. Like you could get her down to like no health, and then maybe you start like playing really good all of a sudden, and then you get lucky, get stun locked, get a few regens, and you stack two or three of them on there, and then she's full within like 10 seconds, and then you tap them one more time and they're dead. I think that's more what they're trying to stop with Scarlet Witch. I don't think we're gonna see a huge drop on the regen champions themselves. I think what they're trying to fix is it's scaling with the nodes in Alliance War and Alliance Quest, because for the young the smaller alliances, the newer players, if 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 Wolverine and Ultron's on there and they're getting so much health, they don't even like there's so many people like that don't even know like how to combat fighting that, and they don't even know about the despair mastery to even combat that also. Like there's so many people that don't take the time to learn the game and options that they have to do certain things to fight against what they're actually going against.
Yeah. I honestly I don't think it's gonna be. I just don't think it's gonna be that big a deal, and it sounds like we pretty much both feel the same way. Um, I mean, we really are gonna need more time to tell on that one, I guess, right?
Yeah, it's gonna have to be something that we see. Hey, Chris, can you put in the chat again? I don't see what he wanted me to ask you. He wanted our opinion on something. Hey, Chris, can you put it back in the chat again? I'm not seeing it, man.
All right, real quick while I look for that, I just wanted to clarify something. Tony Two Nuts, this is what we're talking about here as far as um, the changes to regeneration. It's just going to be based off of base health um, instead of when they have like a health buff in like Alliance War and stuff like that. And then there are champions
Oh,
where their healing is going to be like Doctor Strange, changed to a flat recovery for each landed attack. So there are some changes to it. That's what we're talking about.
okay. Chris saying they must have been planning this for months or even a year, and they release all of these deals on Catalyst Awakening gems, knowing we're gonna use them on Scarlet Witch, Thor, Black Widow, and like the romance crystals and stuff like that, because like they were all in there. And and then he's saying, isn't this a shady business practice? Like, didn't they like nudge us into buying all that? And now they're taking it away. I think that's what he's asking. Like, don't you think that's shady? And I do, and to a certain aspect. But now they're giving you the chance. They're gonna give look. They're giving us if you have 75k rating, they're giving you one generic gem and they're giving you a crystal. So they're basically giving you those two gems that you got recently back.
Yeah.
Uh, Overall.
Yeah.
And I mean, it sucks. I hate that they're not giving people enough, like the higher rating champions. I think they should get more of these D ranking things. But I know what they don't. I don't think they think people are gonna D rank champions as much as they probably will. I think they're thinking they might do a few. So here's a few extra. Um, Cause I don't think like I'm like seriously, I don't think I'm gonna drop any. Maybe Thor. Like I'm sitting here, I'm gonna have 9 of these.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it for the events to do the rank up thing, to take advantage of the rank up, level up events and stuff like that. Like I'm gonna take advantage of that. And Mike already commented in there, and he said, yeah, it's perfectly fine. In fact, we encourage y'all to make up for rewards that y'all may have lost.
Right.
You got any comments about shady practices?
Oh yeah, yeah. So he wanted me to answer too, right?
Yeah.
All right. So I mean, it's gonna be a little bit different for me because I didn't spend the money on those things, so I'm gonna feel differently. But I'm gonna try to put myself in the mindset as if I am spending some money on this game, whether I got the deals or not. Um, it's I don't know. It's like borderline, I would say. I mean, they are giving back the uh, the awakening gems, but at the same time, that's not giving back the money, right? So, let's say somebody had like all the champions that they wanted awaken except for one, and then they bought the deal to get that one champion awakened because that's definitely a possibility, right?
Yeah, I did that.
Well, yeah. So there you go. So you would probably prefer to have the money back, right, instead of the awakening gem. Um,
No, I don't want the gem back.
oh, you want the gem back? Yeah. All right. Well, I mean, yeah. Some people do, though, right? So, um, so it's a little bit interesting there. I could see people being upset for sure. Um, as far as it being shady, though, like I don't. It's hard because when did those deals come out? They came out a long time ago, right?
No, no,
So
no, no. The one not too long ago, I did a video on my channel. They even let you pick the specific gem that you
yeah,
wanted.
no, no, that's what I'm talking about too. That
It was maybe like two months ago,
it
and
was
then
Black Friday, right? Cyber Monday,
yeah,
actually, right?
it was Cyber Monday.
Cyber Monday, yeah. So I mean, it's been a little while. By the time the changes come, we're talking about like 4 months, right? A little over 4 months. Wait, no, no, no. Cyber Monday is that's November actually. Okay, a little bit less time than I thought. I was for some reason I was thinking for some reason I was thinking Thanksgiving's in October. So that's my bad. So yeah, I guess it hasn't been that long. I'm sure they did have some of these changes in mind. Then it's
Well,
borderline, is what I would say, as far as shady practices.
well,
Um,
part of the thing about them planning this, I think they've been planning it and they've been putting it off for a very long time because in the statement they said that they've been wanting to implement bases and that they couldn't, and then and they had to make changes to do this. So bases were put in like when alliances were like 3 4 months after the game started. Like it was like 2 or 3 months actually, and so bases were been saying coming soon since then, right?
yeah,
So they've had all that time, but I think they kept trying to. Okay, well I think this will work, and then they were like, nope, it's still broken. We can't do it. I think they just got to the point to where like guys, we can't do bases ever unless this is what we do. And
Yeah.
I think they got to that point to where, guys, we're almost to the point where we can't do anything new. This is all we could do like this, and we've been 2 years almost, and it's been saying coming soon. And I think that was really starting to get to them, like
I'm
coming
sure.
soon,
Yeah.
almost 2 years.
Yeah. No, yeah, I could definitely see that as one of the things, and not just bases too, right? It's like some of the, I'm sure they have other content in mind, and they were just like, it's just not gonna work. Just exactly what you're saying with like bases and stuff like that. I don't actually see anything in here about bases. Was that in like the main announcement, or was that in
I think it was in the initial drop in like the first like paragraph or so. It said something about bases. I thought it did, unless I misread.
I mean, I just did like a quick scan. I might have missed it, but in any case, yeah. Even if they didn't specifically call it
They
out
said
or
something.
whatever, you know.
It was when they were talking about new content and something, but I could have swore it said the word bases in there.
It might have. It might have. But yeah. Yeah. It's definitely a problem, right? Because like I compared the whole percent thing to like the fixed flat number system that they're going to. I compared that to Diablo 3, where I don't know if you played much Diablo 3. Actually, did you play Diablo 3 at all? I don't know if you're
I
into that game.
I I played it, but like just a couple times. I hardly
Yeah.
played any
Okay.
PC games.
Okay. All right. So the way it worked in that game was like it's a pretty fun game. Like there's some fun things about it, right? Um, but I think the problem with that game is the way that the game scaled. They couldn't do anything interesting. It was all just okay. You want harder content? We're just going to increase the enemy's life and damage and stuff like that. And then they also promised like PvP in that game, like an arena PvP system, and they could
Right.
never deliver on it just because they literally couldn't figure out a way to make it fun long term. They had it like in the beta. They obviously put a ton of work towards it and everything like that. Um, and they literally just could not do it. And I think a lot of it had to do with the ridiculous scaling abilities of a percentage based system. Um, so yeah, I think what you're saying is true, and that they probably just like tried incredibly hard to make it work, and just couldn't do it with the percent system, and these champions too. So all of that combined, all this whole change is obviously like it's together in one update for a reason, you know.
So did so you never played the Chinese version of Marvel Contest Champions, right?
No.
Okay. And then now we got the Transformers game. I think some of the things that they put in the Chinese game is some things that they wanted to put in here, because in the past they talked about having artifacts and relics, and they never brought those out in our game. But they had them in in the Chinese game. And you could level them up just like your champions, and then you could move them around on your champions and make them stronger and stuff. And then now we have the Transformer game that has bases, that's been saying coming soon forever in our game. And
Yeah.
then they also have like different mechanics, like you can it's like more of a 3D map, and you can dodge to the side instead of like it just evade back. You can sidestep basically by like
Mm,
swiping up or down.
right.
So like I think some of our game, like they've been testing out in these other platforms, and they've been building, and I think maybe some of that stuff they haven't been able to implement into us because some of the stuff's been broken. And I'm hoping I'm right, and they that this fix will be able to bring some of that stuff over here and make some of our content more exciting. Like I'm hoping that like some of these relics and stuff can give champions abilities, like increase regen by giving holding this, like a cosmic cube or something, some item, some relic or something,
Yeah.
something like that, like that you can give to your champion. It's not something you're gonna see while you're fighting. It's like it's behind the
Right.
scenes, like it's on the level ups, where you're, upgrading your champion. Like it's on that screen and stuff.
Yeah, no, that'd be cool to see something like that. I would definitely be for that as long as it wasn't like the boost system in this game where you had to like you know like a one time use, and if you want to buy more you can buy more kind of thing. As long as it was
Yeah.
like if it was something we can earn, and then like you said, we can kind of like switch it out to bring some customization. If I'm understanding what you're saying, at least it sounds like you have more than one, and you can, if you wanted some to give a champion a little bit of regen or something like that, like you can give that to him or something. That's what you're
Well,
saying?
I didn't get too far in the game, so I didn't get any like the super rare stuff.
Oh, okay, okay.
Basically, all I got was stuff that added health and it added armor and stuff like that. Like I got like some of like the real like I only played like like a week, and then I was like, okay, I tried it out. I was only trying it out for the channel, and I couldn't read Chinese, so I was
Yeah,
totally lost. Like I was like, why am I getting this? I have no freaking clue. Okay, what do I do over here? I have no freaking clue. And and like I was trying to
yeah,
talk to the alliance members, like, does anyone know English in here? And I would never get a response.
yeah.
Yeah, because I was just fumbling in the dark trying to figure stuff out in that game. But like, yeah, you could equip it to one champion, you could go do something with it, and you'd be like, okay, uh, I don't really like that champion, and then you could take that piece of equipment that you leveled up and move it to this champion, and be like, I like this champion, I'm gonna level this champion up. Like, you know,
Okay.
it's something that can be done for, especially for like newer players that don't know the characters as well, are learning, and but they don't want to waste all their resources, so they put it in this item, and then they put it on the
Oh.
character, and then okay, I like this champion, because like newer players, they're limited, right? Like if they're not spending, if they don't have a lot of time, they're limited. So if they have these items that they could boost up, they could put on a champion, and then they could be like, okay, this champion's worth all my gold, all my ISO. I'm putting it on this guy.
Yeah. Okay, I see what you're saying now.
Yeah, that game, it was totally different over there on that game, and I know I'm totally getting off topic with some of the Chinese stuff, but like I think some of that stuff is eventually possibly maybe coming over here, because at one point they did talk about relics and artifacts coming to the game. Like they were even in the game files, like there was images and stuff for them in the game files that before Trucos and them were here, that other guys had found in the game files,
Hmm. Interesting.
but then they just never showed up.
I wonder if they're still in the files, or I wonder if they like got taken out.
I think they're taken out because you'd think that Trucos or somebody would have asked us about it.
Yeah, maybe. Brian is slowly starting to dislike arena grinding. No way, man. I'm gonna get back to it. Don't worry.
They want me to ask you a question. I already know your answer. Where do you work?
I say nothing.
Yeah, that's what they wanted you to
Yeah.
say. They wanted to hear you say that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. This whole missing out on Dormammu grind thing makes me just like, it's like, man, now I really want to become like a full-on YouTuber, and just so I could grind arena more. Um, I I'm gonna go for Dormammu in the second round. What are you up to, by the way, in your first round? I was curious.
I'm just over 13 million right now, but I'm going till it ends. So
Okay. All right. Yeah. So you got some time then. Um, okay. Are you still refreshing, or are you?
no, I haven't been, but I'm going to at some point because I'm
Okay.
gonna have to.
Okay.
I have a little bit like here and there, but I've been kind of going at a slow pace, letting them refresh. I've been chatting with the chat. You know how it is.
Yeah. 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 All right, I'm gonna go through these notes a little bit more here and see what else we can pull out of them here.
Okay.
So, all right, I want your thoughts on this because this is something that I can't. It's really hard for me to speculate on. Um, let me see. Where is it? Okay, here we go. This isn't the only change coming with 12.0. First off, who's all who's all pumped to see what the new loading screens they look like for a big update. But yeah, anyway, this is the only change coming with 12.0. As the rift between the collector and the grandmaster starts to widen, other aspects of the contest start to twist and change shape. And then they talk about the other things coming and blah 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 blah. I'm gonna skip ahead to okay, they're talking about they're going to continue to 2020 and beyond, and then the first of which is not far off. The clash between the Grandmaster and the Collector is just beginning, and you will play a key part. All will slowly be revealed, beginning in the first chapter of Act 5, coming just 1 week after the launch of version 12.0. So, first off, we know when Act 5 is coming. It's basically coming March 8th, it seems. But what I'm more curious about from your perspective, how familiar are you with these two characters here, the Collector and Grandmaster, and what do you think some of like the lore will be like? How do you think we'll be involved? Do you have any kind of speculation on that?
Okay. Yeah, I do, and I tried to get you to talk about it one night on your stream, but I don't think you saw my comments. People were asking about the Thor movie and stuff, and well, we know that from the game they like to follow the movies, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the Grandmaster is in the new Thor movie, and one of my
Okay.
theories, one of my theories is that in the movie it will be the contest. It's gonna be on some world because you know they're gonna try to not confuse the movie audience and stuff like that. So, but
Right.
it's basically gonna be the contest of champions. It's gonna be Hulk, Thor, and whoever else they decide to bring in. It's gonna be crazy. There's gonna be characters in there. If you're a Marvel person, you're gonna be like, oh, that was so and so. Like I know you're not gonna know if you even watched the movie, but like I think like it's saying that we're being an important part. Like we are gonna determine what's gonna happen. Is what you said, right?
It says that it says the clash between the Grandmaster and Collector is just beginning, and you will play a key part. So,
Maybe we pick a
yeah,
side. Maybe we pick a side. Do we pick the
possibly.
Grandmaster side? Do we pick the Collector side? Like,
That is possible. You have a good point there, and there could be like some benefits and drawbacks to both, right?
right? And and then maybe things change like a certain way, or maybe the collector becomes a champ if we all choose Grandmaster side. Maybe if we choose the collector side, we win, and the Grandmaster becomes a champion that we collect.
Mm.
Or like, and then maybe it's different for each player because obviously we might not all decide the same thing. Like you might decide, hey, I want to be on the collector, and I might be like, oh, I want the older brother. I'm gonna choose him. And then so maybe that's a choice that we get to make, and to differentiate our accounts. It's kind of like Pokemon, like the legendary in one game is this, and the legendary in the other game is that. And the
Hey,
only
you're
way
right.
you get
Yeah.
it is by trading, but we obviously don't have trading, and trading will never be implemented in this game. so,
Yeah.
uh, so it could be something like that. Or maybe the bases are gonna play a key role in the rest of the in the rest of the in the rest of the game. And because like if we're running our base, and that seems like that would be a big deal.
Yeah. Yeah. I think you're right. There might be some kind of side picking thing going on here. I don't know how big of a Neopets player you are, but sometimes I bring up Neopets my stream, as you're aware, and I remember they had some kind of side picking thing, and that was the first time I'd ever seen that in a game. I thought it was pretty cool. But so, can you fill me in? Because I mean, actually, no. Can you fill my stream in? Because you know, I'm a huge Marvel fan, and I know everything there is to know about these characters.
Right.
But just for my stream's sake, can you give me a little bit more background on the Grandmaster and the Collector?
All right, so they're basically these elders of the Marvel universe, and they're really powerful. They're really old. Obviously, they're called elders, and the Grandmaster and the Collector are brothers, and they both of them like to play games, and obviously because the Collector runs this, and
Yeah.
they constantly are always having uh, this game going on between them and controlling the battle realm. Like it's actually part of everything. Like it's really there. Like all the dimensions, all the stuff, the different characters. Like it's constantly in the cartoons. It's in the comics here and there. Like it was back in the comics like a long time ago and everything. Like they're not like super huge characters in the Marvel universe, but
Yeah.
they're part of it. They're like these supreme beings. Like in the Thor movie, they make the Collector seem like he's this weirdo, and he's this they're looking at him like he's like what the hell's wrong with you kind of thing. Um, so yeah, it's kind of weird like how the movie kind of portrayed him, but like in the comics, like the Collector and the Grandmaster, they're powerful, man. They're up there with Thanos.
Okay. Yeah, honestly, I never heard of either of them before before playing this game. Uh, my first instinct when I heard of the Collector was that, oh, this is just a character that Kabam made up just as like some convenient thing for their game.
Have you
Um,
ever heard of the Watcher?
no.
Okay. He lives on the moon and uh he watches us and other planets and stuff. Like they like all they their race is called the Watchers, and that's all they do is they watch us. Well, he's super powerful too, and they're similar, but they're totally different at the same time. Because they look different. They're different races and all kinds of things. But like the Collector and the Grandmaster, they're more like villains, and they get involved and they have schemes of their own and they want more power. And then like the Watcher and stuff, he's pretty much just a bystander, even though he's really powerful.
Okay.
My stream is saying you look like the Watcher.
Do I? Let me Google the Watcher. Is it just because it's like some? Well, actually, yeah. Let me see here. The Watcher. Um, Apparently, The Watcher is also a thriller mystery movie. All right.
Put in Marvel.
Yeah. Oh wow. I mean, we have some resemblance. Um,
like like the other night on your stream, like there was people talking about the Infinity Stones, and they changed it for the movie. Like in the comics and stuff, the stones are their own items, but in the movies they turn them into powerful Marvel objects. Like the Eye of Agamotto in the comics it's not the Time Gem. It's its own powerful item in the Marvel universe, and the Time Gem is the Time Gem, and they work similar. They do similar things, but the Time Gem is way more powerful than the Eye of Agamotto and stuff like that. And then like the Eye of Agamotto does other stuff. It's gonna be crazy how they do everything in the movies with like with those gems when Thanos is wielding it on the gauntlet. Like, it's gonna be pretty crazy.
hmm. Out of all the, I mean, like, what are you most excited for in terms of movies coming this year from Marvel?
Well, I'm biased to Wolverine, so let's just ignore that one because like that's my
Okay.
favorite character. So Guardians, man,
Guardians,
Guardians.
yeah.
Like the first movie was so awesome. I didn't know a whole lot about the Guardians, but I knew who they were. I knew all the characters, and but like I didn't expect big things from the movie, and that might be why it was so awesome because I didn't go in there thinking this movie is gonna be amazing. It's gonna have this and that in it. I went in
Yeah.
there and was totally surprised by everything. So but like with these Marvel movies, when you're such when you know so much like I do, you notice the changes. You're like, okay, well that's not how it was actually done. Like you know, um, like Peter Quill's father is gonna come into part in this next movie. In the comics, who who Peter Quill's father is in the movie universe is not who it is in the comics. And it's stuff like that. It's like it's kind of like disappointing, but you know they only can do so much, and they're trying
Yeah.
to they're trying to appeal to everyone. But yeah, like definitely, I'm definitely excited to see Guardians of the Galaxy 2, and then I'm not sure exactly when Black Panther. I don't know if Black Panther is this year or beginning of next year, but I'm really excited for that one because I don't know what to expect with it either. You know?
Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, you've heard me say it a bunch. I'm gonna see the Guardians movies. Um, I'll go back and watch the first one. I'll probably watch the second one. I don't know
Yeah,
if
you definitely should.
I probably won't watch it right when it comes out. I'll probably wait a little bit maybe, but not too long. Maybe just like a month or something like that. Just so you guys know, I'm starting to spin some crystals. I'm not stopping the stream anytime soon here. I don't really know when I'm gonna stop the stream tonight. It's just I figure I'll spin some crystals as we talk here. Since I don't have anything to do since I'm not going for Dormammu, man. It's like, what do I even do in the game? I want to go for Dormammu. It's just so far behind. Um, but all right, let me see what else I can pull up out of here. Oh, whoa, how did I miss this? I completely missed this. So there's something here that says to give players more time to be accustomed to this change, we're making a few adjustments to the schedule of upcoming events. Blah blah blah. We read through this before. It says here we will be introducing a 24-hour level up solo event on March 2nd that repeats until March 31st and features 2 times the rewards.
Yeah, that's what I was referring to earlier when I didn't specifically say an event, but uh, I was talking about taking advantage of the level up events with using your D rank and then ranking up your champions. They said
Oh,
that it
that's
was
what you're saying. Okay.
that it was perfectly fine to do that because one guy was saying I don't even use my 3 stars really, so would that be an issue of re-ranking my 3 stars back up? And they're like, no, go ahead, you know, no problem. That get back your rewards that you missed out on. And like that, I think that's pretty much what I'm gonna be doing with them too. I'm probably gonna wait a little bit and make sure like there's nobody that got crushed. Like I'm thinking Thor got crushed, but who knows? There might be someone else that is in here that secretly got crushed that we just don't know yet because we don't
Yeah.
know what the stats and all this stuff like if how big the regen change is gonna be overall and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. I'm I I feel stupid for not seeing it because I just leveled up some skill champions today. Just to take advantage of the skill level up solo event. It was just like, I leveled up my 5 stars from level 1 to 25. I didn't even rank them up or anything like that, but I should have just waited. Uh, oh well.
Like one of the things that I hope they drop before the change, like so we can kind of plan ahead, is like the synergy changes that they plan on doing. Like, is it going to be a ton of synergy changes, or is it just going to be values that change? Like, if it's just values, I'm not too I'm not too worried about it. But like in the past I've said, like, one of the things that I want them to do is shake up the synergies, like have some of the older champs have synergies with the newer champs, because basically all they do right now is when they introduce a new champ, they put like one old champ on a character, and then they put all the other new champs on the new character also, and I don't really
Yeah.
like that. I wish
Yeah.
they would add more into the older, and then the older add in the newer also. Like, they've done it a couple of times. Like, that's how I figured out about Phoenix, was which Phoenix we were getting, because everybody at the time thought we were getting Dark Phoenix, right? And I was one of the. I think I was the first one that figured out we were getting the normal Phoenix through Scarlet Witch's synergy, because I happened to be putting something on Scarlet Witch, and I saw that she had a new signature block, so I clicked on it, and I was like, oh, it's this Phoenix. And then I made a video saying which Phoenix we were getting. But like, other than that, like, I can't think of any other champions that went to an older champion, like like an older champion having the newer champion is what I mean.
Yeah. So I mean, they did say in the update that they're not changing right now. What they said about synergy and masteries, they said aside from the update to the flat value system, synergies and masteries will not be undergoing any major changes at this time. But I think that's something that they're always going to continuously be doing, is updating those synergies, and I think that's why they changed the whole way that synergy, like that when remember they changed how they look, just like the UI changes of it. Um,
Okay.
and I guess I completely skipped over this part too, where masteries will not be undergoing any major changes this time too. I was hoping that we would see some new masteries based around the armor penetration and critical resistance, but I guess we're not seeing that either right now.
Yeah, but you have to see that coming down the road now. Like, those adding those two abilities to our champions, you have to say, okay, though that's one of those question marks on the masteries coming down the line at some point. You would think.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. This is what you made, Zach. Just checking my Twitter real quick. The amount of oh man, you know what? I didn't even check Reddit. The amount of memes going around, I'm sure
Oh
are
yeah,
pretty
have you seen
ridiculous.
the one about Thor?
I've seen a couple. I've seen I don't think I've seen one for Thor. I've seen a couple for Scarlet Witch, and I see something about lubricant that I'm not going to show on stream.
Yeah, there's
Uh, Let me check Reddit here. I
yeah,
don't.
I saw one of Thor. It said Thor before update 12, and it's like him from the movie, and then it was like Thor after update 12, and it was like an old man with like a stick
Yeah.
or
Um,
something like that.
yeah. Oh, actually, let me get off of Reddit. Reddit is also pretty crazy right now. I think I'm just gonna
Yeah.
steer clear of all forums for a bit. The- too much of a buzzkill because yeah, man, I'm so hyped about this patch.
Is there any chance to you, like I was saying Luke Cage, is there any chance to you that you feel like got missed out on, like that could have gotten a buff?
Um, I mean, there's Kamala Khan who actually got a buff, but we already talked about that. How I would just rather see her buffed in a different way. Um, that's a good question. Let me go through my champions here. It's hard to think of it off the top of my head.
Yeah, I mean, there's always those few champions like you you kind of forget about um, until they're like right in front of you. Like, are you surprised? Okay, like with Thor, like they did, they made it to where he doesn't stack armor breaks, but we still have Symbiote Spider-Man, and I think there's a couple other ones that do it too. Like, do you think that they just somehow didn't include those, or do you think they're thinking that those you have to work a little bit harder, and that's why they didn't change those.
Yeah, for Symbiote Spidey, I think if I remember correctly, I think his armor break is only like 8% or something like that. So I think his is fine because you really do like he can do some sick damage, but you really do have to put a lot of time towards stacking them up and stuff like that. So I think that's probably fine. I am looking at a champion right now though that I wish they would change, and that is Deadpool X Force, or I'm sorry, excuse me, X Pool Dead Force. Um, I I want them to change this champion a bit. I don't know what I want them to do, but his signature ability is uh, it's so weak in my opinion, and
Yeah.
it's weak and boring at the same time, which is just like calling for some kind of change. Because if it was weak, but it was like some interesting thing, and you can pull off some like interesting mechanics or something like that, then I could see a need to maybe not make a change or something like that. Um, but I don't know. I feel like it's weak and boring. I don't know if what your thoughts are on the champion.
I think when he first came out, he did I think he did more bleed damage, and he every hit did bleed. So like right now, I think it's like every other hit or something. That's how it kind of works out too. Um, and I think if they just kept it how it is, like it's a low percentage of bleed. If they gave him like allowed it to stack to like two or three, and because they've nerfed willpower now,
Yeah,
so
yeah,
so we don't have to worry about that anymore. Like they they basically took Ant Man. They changed him because of willpower. Now they've changed willpower. Now they're changing Ant Man back to how he pretty much was before. So now he's gonna stack all this fatigue up and then drop a ton of poison on you with that special too.
I'm pretty pumped about Ant Man
Yeah,
actually.
yeah, I am too. And
Right?
a while back when they made some changes and they added poison, they said that they were gonna focus on poison, and they never really did.
Yeah.
But now they seem like they're starting to. They're bringing Ant Man, bringing that poison back up. Abomination's getting a little buff here, and then we have Voodoo, with his spirit venom.
Yeah.
It puts poison on them, right? I don't have Voodoo personally myself, so it puts poison on them, right?
Um, I've
You don't
only
have him either.
I have the 3-star version of him. I play him in arena without watching, so yeah, I don't I
Okay.
don't even know how he works completely.
Yeah, I know how that is.
Let me go find him right now actually, but I think you're right. I think it's poison stacks that he's doing. Let me just see.
So I hope that that's something they focus on. And the I think a lot of people are worried about degen nodes in Alliance War, Alliance Quest, and they're gonna change. That's what I keep telling everybody. They're gonna change Alliance War and Alliance Quest. Hopefully they do it fast, because if they let it sit around, it seems like they're gonna milk us for items and money for people. The top alliances trying to get through it. So I'm hoping that those changes to Alliance War and Alliance Quest are done almost immediate, if not immediate.
Yeah, no, I agree. There's a couple things that I'd like to see changed. Just to confirm, yeah, it is doing poison damage with Voodoo. A lot of poison damage with Voodoo actually.
Yeah,
He seems to be by far the best one, right?
right. Well, well, you're Ant Man used to be able to put a lot of poison on it, but it didn't really do anything because of willpower. So hopefully we get to see a difference in that. And like I kind of willpower. Like I don't really like it. I think it's kind of shouldn't even be in the game mostly, because when you do something to a champion and you break their armor, they shouldn't be rewarded with health gain. To me, you know, and or if you just blew them up and you with your cable special number two, you I don't know, it does something, and it also puts a fire. And then if you did degen uh, with their power meter sort of like halfway full, they're gaining a crap ton of health from willpower still, with cable. and then like Gambit's kind of the same way with something that he does with special too. And
Yeah.
so like willpower, it it like that's part of the other thing with war. If if you're in war and you're fighting a war boss or whatever, they have crap ton of health. So you put those debuffs on them, and they start healing for way more at that point. And but before I was just talking about arena, and then if you did that to with Cable on an Alliance War opponent, they're healing for tons of health over there.
Yeah, that's why I'm really curious to see um, what willpower is going to do. I mean, my
Yeah,
first my,
it's a big question mark right
my
now.
my first thoughts just by going, with all this stuff is that it's just going to heal as if they didn't have the health boost. So, instead of them having like 50,000 life and healing a percentage of that, even if they have 50,000 life, they'd only heal for a percentage of, the 15,000 life, or whatever the base health is. So I'm thinking that's how it's going to work.
Yeah,
And if it's like that, then it's really not a big deal, right?
especially in war, it
Yeah,
won't
yeah.
be a
No,
big
in
deal.
war, in
It
war
won't
it's the
be
worst.
it won't be as big of a deal. Like,
And,
cause in war, yeah, it's just I mean, in arena and stuff, like it's just a little bit of health. It's not. It may be like 5, 10, 15, 20, maybe 50 at times with if you do certain things and you're just not paying attention to what you're doing. I mean, cause like I hate to like to you're playing with a champ and then like oh wait I can't do that because if I do it right now he's gonna start gaining health and and I'm trying to do the battle fast. So, but yeah, but in war, it's gonna kind of revert to how it is in the arena, like with doing those champions and stuff. Like how you're
hmm
saying, I think
yeah,
this people are gonna consider this willpower nerf 2.0 once it's fully out. Like, I don't think people
possibly.
are fully thinking it out. They're just getting angry and they're jumping the gun with most of this stuff. I think,
Oh
and
yeah, for
there's
sure.
there's there's other stuff here. Like I'm all like I want to see prestige. I want to see what happens with willpower. I want to see what happens with the PI. Like who's going up, who's going down. That's what I want to see.
Yeah, yeah. I'm really like, yeah. I think out of all of these changes, willpower is definitely up there for me because I wouldn't mind getting rid of maybe getting rid of assassination or assassinate or whatever it's called, um, to maybe like pick up resonate and maybe something else. I don't know what else I'd pick up, but like resonate, I miss like that mastery is actually pretty good, and if I could use that with like Electra or something like that, um, she's actually a really powerful champion with resonate. But the problem is willpower in Alliance War you can't go up against any of the protectors or I mean even just certain nodes, not even just the protector ones or the boss, but certain nodes it's just incredibly painful to put the resonate debuff on somebody, So like it completely eliminates that mastery as an option, and if the change is good in favor of not making willpower too OP for something like that, I'd be pretty happy.
My chat wants wants me to ask you who do you want to nerf next so they know who to avoid.
Um, Honestly, I think Kabam nailed it. I don't think is there champions to nerf? If there's champions to nerf, then I don't know who they are. Because I really only named two champions that I wanted to see nerfed, and it was I mean I wanted to see other things in the game get nerfed. I wanted to see some other things get nerfed, but as far as champions go, I wanted to see Scarlet Witch get nerfed, of course. I honestly didn't care about Thor or Star Lord, and I mean Star Lord, really didn't get nerfed. But Thor, I really didn't care about Thor. I felt whatever about him. Um, but so the other champion it was Scarlet Witch and Black Widow actually. Those are the two champions that I felt were out of line.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say his name, but a certain other YouTuber in our line chat, like, he was making a point about Black Widow and about like Black Widow shouldn't be immune 100% to electricity, to everything like that. Like, it doesn't make sense. And by nerfing her, it makes other champions valuable again, like Electro. Like Electro is now more valuable in war again, for a defender, because before, you pretty much at this point you knew right where Electro was going to be in your path. Oh, and then I can use Electro, and I can use Black Widow, and I can just steamroll right through him. And now you're not gonna be able to just do that. You're gonna
Possibly,
take
right?
some damage.
Possibly, right? Because I'm actually planning. I was planning on bringing Quake in there anyway,
Well, yeah.
uh,
If
but
you do, if you do that,
so I don't even know how that interaction works though. I'm still curious to see exactly what that means.
yeah, I think that brings her up to what, 95%.
Well, it would. I mean, just having those two together, it sounds like it would bring them up to 85. Um, but I'm not even entirely sure if that's how the math works. I don't know if it just adds on percentage like that or
I thought it
uh,
was. Is it 5%? I thought it was 15.
it's 15. Yeah, but Black Widow's actually down to 70%.
I thought she was at 80.
Yeah, no, she's actually at 70.
Huh. Is what's Electra at?
Electra is 85%, but
Okay, and the synergies with Quake and Hawkeye, right?
um, yeah. So there's actually two. So if you just have Quake and Black Widow on the team, it says you get 15% increased ability accuracy for just those two champions, and then Hawkeye is also another 15%. But I mean, yeah, I still don't
Those
know
are stacked.
exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, I think those stack, but I don't know the exact interaction here. I don't know if it's just take if it's
It's
let,
gonna be something we have to test out when it
yeah,
when it when it happens.
yeah, exactly. That's all there is to it. But yeah, I don't like any absolutes when it comes to games. I've learned that from playing a lot of games in the past, as I'm sure some of you have examples too. But um, when it comes down to absolutes, it's I don't know. It's less interesting. It's less interesting than okay, this is a good solution, but I still have to be on my toes, but I'm gonna reduce the difficulty of fighting Spider-Man or something like that. Or
Right,
yeah,
right, right.
or Electro. You're you're gonna reduce your damage by a significant amount, by about 70%, right? Um, but it's not just oh you have a free fight now, because Electro, I mean, unless except with the exceptions of the few like rare mistakes of crap, somehow I messed up dodging his level 1 special. Um, it was like a free fight, pretty much. And not just talking about Alliance War, I'm talking about all parts of the game.
Right.
So,
All right. So I was thinking about champions that could like use a buff. What about like Magneto avoiding like metal projectiles, like being immune to metal projectiles, because he controls all like metal, man. Like like
yeah,
I don't know if you ever saw like the first X-Men movie, like, but like they
I
were coming
did.
out of the train station. Okay, okay. So they're coming out the train station, right? And the cops are all out there, and they all have their guns out, and he like dismantles all of them, stops the bullets, and then throws them all on the ground and walks off. Like I would like to see something like with Magneto where he's, how Daredevil can. Oh my gosh, my screen looks trippy right now, dude. That's crazy. Like where he can avoid metal projectiles from like the guys that shoot guns and stuff,
Yeah.
or like Elektra when she throws her size, stuff like that.
I mean, it would be cool if they did something like that. I don't know if they could. I don't know if it would be realistic to do with all metal projectiles, but I see what you're saying, and yeah, it would be cool to see him do something. I thought that was, honestly, I think that was the strangest update in the patch notes, that Magneto actually got nerfed. Did you see that?
Yeah, they made it to where his punch on his special one doesn't cause bleed. I
Yeah.
was I was like, really? Like, why? Like, what's the point? Like,
My
I understand like he that piece of metal isn't his hand, and the metal's
right.
probably what's causing you bleed. But
Right.
that's what made Magneto actually kind of fun for me, because like when you could get those four stacks of bleed from doing a special one and then a special one right behind it when you have it almost full to the second bar,
Right.
man, they dropped. Man, it was. I would be like, wow. But like now it's like might as well just do special two maybe.
Oh man, forget about special two. I hate Magneto special two. But the only thing I can think of is that it was like a bug fix, and it was never meant to be um, bleed on the first hit of it, right?
It probably wasn't.
But like it wasn't overpowered. So what I would like to see then, if they're gonna do that, then okay, fine, just make the bleed on his projectile a little bit more powerful, right?
Right.
Because I think that
Drop Faith is over here on my chat, and he's saying that Magneto could destroy Iron Man with that, but that's not true because Iron Man's projectiles are energy. They're not metal. Like he controls metal. Like I'm saying, like bullets. Like not like Iron Man suit. Like yeah, Iron Man could. I mean, Magneto could just crumble Iron Man into a ball and throw him away in real life. But I'm talking about like the actual bullet, like not the gun in Winter Soldier's hand, not in Punisher's hand, not all the other champions that have the similar thing like Joe Fixit and all those. I'm talking about like bullets, War
yes,
Machine,
yeah.
stuff like that.
Magneto's interesting because I feel like I feel like Magneto is like almost good, but he's not. Um, he has his uses.
Yeah.
Magnetism is actually a pretty strong ability. It's just kind of strange that most of the or maybe not most, but like many of the metal champions tend to be on like the tech based ones, right?
People have used Magneto to defeat Realm of Legends Wolverine, so
Yeah,
yeah, he's. I mean, anybody that can do that, you can't say he's a crap champion, you know?
yeah. Like I don't consider him as a crap champion, but I mean it's just I feel like he's like almost there, but not quite. Maybe that's probably a good thing, right? Maybe he's like actually balanced.
Yeah,
But
there's got to be the balance. Like that's another thing I don't like about Rogue. Like Star Lord and Rocket, they're not they're not covered up. Rogue's ability is like skin to skin contact. Anybody she can touch, she takes their abilities. So, and Kabam responded to me because I brought it up to them, and they said that they didn't want to do that. They just wanted game balance. Um, they didn't want her to have a strong advantage over tech champions because of the class advantage. But then I wanted to say right back to him, well, what about Magneto?
yeah, like it's kind of strange the answer they gave. I like that I do like that there are some things like that though where it's not typical of one class to have like a class that should have a disadvantage, has an advantage. But I like that there's some of that going on. Just like some obscure things. Let me see if I could think of another example off the top of my head. Um, I guess like maybe this is not the best example, but this is the first thing I thought of, where a lot of bleed champions happen to be skill champions, and Luke Cage is bleed immune.
Right, right.
But yeah, so, like certain things like that, I do like that as long as it's not like an overwhelming amount of it.
Yeah, but like Rogue, um, it would pretty much just be Rocket and Star Lord that she could be able to do that to, and then I felt like she should also not be able to do it to Colossus because in the comics, Colossus and Rogue actually have a relationship. She can actually touch Colossus because she's not actually touching his skin. She's actually touching the metal, and only in metal form. Like if he's in skin form, and she can absorb his mutant power.
Hmm.
And let's see, somebody was saying, okay, they want to know if me and you plan on staying after the patch.
Oh
Do
yeah,
you,
man.
yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
Staying. I'm going harder than ever, man. It,
I pretty much feel the same way, unless things are just terribly not how I'm thinking they are. I don't see myself leaving the game, especially with the amount of money that I've invested in the game.
yeah, it's for me. It's just the allure of new content is what gets me. It's none of the other stuff. I mean, like yeah, I wanted to see the champion updates, right? I'm happy with that. But what I'm most happy about is just the new content, man. Everybody seems to be missing out on new content. They're just like, "Brah, my champion," and I'm sorry if that hurts you guys who are one of those people that's really bummed about your champion being your favorite champion and stuff like that, because I get it. But new content. That's all I gotta say. New content.
Yeah, that's pretty much how I feel about it. And I don't know if you watched Rich the Man's video. He seemed kind of bum about the whole thing too, like about old guides not being useful. And I kind of get that to a point, but at the same time, as a YouTube creator myself, I'm excited. Like, now I get to redo everything again. Like, I get to remake
Yeah,
that
yeah,
guide. I get to redo this, and like I can make it better than I did the first time because I've gotten better as a YouTuber
yeah.
and so on.
Right, and you already got like the most of the views that you're gonna get out of those videos. So it's
Yeah,
like okay, cool. Like it's actually really good from like a YouTuber perspective. Yeah,
yeah.
somebody brought that up in the chat too. I was saying the same thing. I was saying the same thing.
Yeah,
Like
because when as soon as I started my stream, somebody said that all the MCOC YouTubers are going to be out of a job soon because all their old stuff is null and void now. And I was like, no, we're not. It's back and better than ever.
plus, like we'll actually be able to try to help people get through
Yeah.
different areas of the game, other than just saying, "Do you have Scarlet Witch?" No, okay. Well, do whatever you can to get Scarlet Witch, and then like hold off until you get her. You know, like it'll actually be interesting, like talking about some of these decisions. I don't know. Um, I feel like yeah, I feel like it's way better. Like I don't even think it's a question. There is one thing that I'm happy about though is that I was planning on starting my champion guides.
Yeah.
Um,
I was fixing to bring that up too.
yeah, so I was planning on starting my champion guides. That is one guide that uh, I'm happy that I waited on, or like one series of guides, just because I do want to eventually have an entire collection of like if I ever get my website up and running, then I can actually say like, okay, this area of the website is done. Except for like with new champions coming out and stuff like that. But even then, I had like a way around that. I wasn't going to start out with any of the champions that I thought were going to be affected. So there's no way that I was going to start out with a guide on Scarlet Witch when everything everything pointed towards her getting a nerf, right? I wasn't
Yeah.
going to make a guide for Punisher, you know.
Yeah, because you kind of had an inside knowledge about Punisher. I remember you saying that they said you heard or overheard or y'all talked a little bit about they felt like Punisher needed to be changed or some they needed to do something.
Yeah, so that is the one champion that they gave me some insight on. They didn't say like it's definitely gonna happen. They didn't say what the changes were gonna be, or anything like that. They just said like it's a champion that they would like to change or something like that, right? Because we were
Right.
talking about at the time we were talking about like the early starting development and stuff like that, and what they had to do just to get the game up and running. Because oh no, actually, okay, so this is what I was talking about. I was saying it's pretty incredible that they're able to add so much content to the game that isn't just like hey, now you can wear a cowboy hat on Star Lord or something. Like I don't even know if that's something he would wear, right? It's just an example, like a cosmetic thing like that, right? And now
I
you
don't know.
can,
I think I could see Star Lord wearing a cowboy hat. I think I could.
yeah, but then like they would sell that for like $5 in the game or something like that. But instead, they're actually like making like completely new champions. And then I was like, except for of course they do have a few like that where Iron Man and Superior Iron Man, they're very similar and stuff like that. And that's then they were talking about like just initially what they had to do to get the game up and running. And Punisher was one of those champions where they wanted to add Punisher to the game, but they were so limited by time, and they had to get so much done to actually release the game that they kind of had to release an underwhelming version of Punisher. So I knew that they wanted to revisit Punisher. It was just a matter of when. And honestly, I thought the changes to Punisher were coming much sooner than this. But I guess they had a lot on their plates. So and when
I honestly thought if they were gonna make a change, uh, it would have just been a new version, and it would have came out around this PVC thing that we've seen in the timeline from Brazil Comic Con.
mm,
Did you ever see that? You saw that, right?
yeah, I saw it. I didn't look a whole lot into it just because I don't know the movies and shows and stuff like that. But I did see something for Punisher. So yeah. When they didn't release an initial update for Punisher, I thought that they were actually just like waiting for that.
Yeah, yeah. I thought that I thought that's what they were gonna do. I didn't think they were gonna touch this free Punisher you can get from the Crystal. I really didn't. I thought they were gonna leave it as is, and then I still think they may come out with a new, different Punisher, that's like the Netflix Punisher, uh, and around that time because when that was on that timeline, that's like right around when the rumored Punisher Netflix series and Defenders, all that's coming out. It's right in there, and then the C, people are thinking it's Carnage, and so people are really excited about that. But that's never really happened in the contest, like Punisher versus Carnage. But Punisher
Hmm.
did kill everyone in the Marvel universe, so I could see them doing like
Really?
Punisher. They did it with Deadpool. Deadpool kills the Marvel universe, and then they did it. Punisher kills the Marvel universe, and I think they might have did it with like one or two, maybe in one other character. I can't really remember. And so I was thinking that could be Punisher versus the contest, and like because like in the comic version of Marvel Contest of Champions that this game is based off the new comic line, not the old one. The old one is not based off of this game, and there is a Jake Gallows Punisher in it. It's from Punisher 2099, or maybe it's a different year, but it's one of those. His name's Jake Gallows. He's a futuristic Punisher. So I was like, well, maybe they're gonna bring that Punisher here at that time.
Hmm.
But I thought that like I wasn't there. I didn't hear what you hear, so I was thinking differently than you were. But that could all be what I was thinking.
Yeah. No, that's interesting. Um, when you say kill off like every character, do you literally mean like every character or like?
Yeah. There's a picture, and like every Marvel character is on head is on a stick, and Punisher's walking through them all.
Wow, that's pretty brutal.
Yeah, Punisher doesn't play, man. He doesn't. He's not your normal hero. He's not a hero. If like he asked if you asked if he was a hero, he'd tell you no.
Hmm. Oh, someone here is saying, have you ever checked the signature level of Black Widows in Maestro as part of Act 4? They are level 99, but at 70% subtlety.
Interesting.
I never noticed that before. That's pretty interesting, though. Hmm. Yeah, I never noticed that. You never noticed that either, Frodo? Or
Nope. Dude, I went through the Mastro thing so fast, and then I was like, I'm done. like I went through it in like as soon as it came out. Like I went through when they released each chapter. I just went through it and I was done. I went back to it because
Yeah.
like the dude I like seriously like I have to like because like I was an alliance leader then. Like I was constantly dealing with alliance stuff like non-stop. So when I
Yeah.
did something, I had to do it as fast as I could. Like if I made a YouTube video, I had to make it as fast as I could because there was always something going on with the alliance as well.
Right. Right. Yeah, that's why whenever anyone asks me if I ever wanted to create my own alliance, it's like no, please no. Running an alliance can be fun, but at the same time, it definitely eats up more time, and you have to be more on top of things and doing it while making YouTube videos. Man, it's already hard enough as it is to find time in
Yeah,
the day to
with
make a
your
video.
job, family, and YouTube, and
Yeah,
keeping up with the just the game in general as well.
yeah, yeah. I mean, I don't know if you were in stream yesterday when I kind of came to the realization that like I'm getting all these champions, but because I'm so
Yeah, I was.
busy, I don't have time to actually test them out. It's like killing me.
I feel the same way. The only reason I know about like Cable and Gwenpool is because I ranked them up immediately and I started using them in the arena
Yeah,
in the next grind and
yeah,
I just used Hood in a fight and I'm really loving it, man, but like I don't feel like I know him yet.
yeah, yeah. That's exactly it.
Because when you're going for these features, man, it's just like, oh, there's another one. Gotta go for it.
Yeah, it's like you need that recovery time afterwards a little bit,
Yep.
and then you're like, oh, what's the next champion? Okay, all right, I'm back. I'm ready. So yeah, it's a brutal grind. It's a pretty brutal grind. I think a lot of people maybe underestimate the grind to some degree.
Oh, hey, Brian, I was gonna ask you, what if they change the arena system so much they change the infinite streak? Like they've never done it. Like the infinite streak has been the infinite streak since the beginning of the game. Like it's been there. And but like, what if they totally change it? Like, do you think they're gonna change arena, or do you think it's just gonna be just like multiple arenas? Like there could be more arena changes than we're thinking.
You're right. There could be more arena changes than we're thinking. I don't think I can't really see them ever changing the infinite streak. Or no, that came out wrong. I could see them maybe changing it, but not removing it ever.
Okay,
Um,
one of the guys in my chat just said in the balance changes they said they were adding some arena features.
the only thing that I see about arena is basically at the bottom of the
Yeah, the second to last paragraph.
yeah. It just says it literally just says this. This is the only change coming with 12.0. As the rift between the collector and grandmaster starts to widen, other aspects of the contest start to twist and change shape, such as the introduction of a revamped arena system that includes more options for arenas to compete in. So, I mean, yeah, it does say revamped arena system. So, actually, yeah, maybe there is. It's hard to say. It's really hard to
Yeah.
say what they're adding. It's a little too vague because they're not saying revamping arenas directly. They're maybe just talking about their system of how they, of how many they run, like they say in the second half of that sentence there. Um, Hard to say. It's something that we will never know until. Oh, I'm back. Okay, sorry
Yeah,
about
mine
that,
did that
guys.
once earlier too. It's weird.
I'm back, guys. Okay. Let me see if there was anything else that we forgot to talk about here. I honestly think so. The reason why I think it took so long for the Scarlet Witch nerf to happen um, is that they wanted to build this rank down ticket system. That and of course they wanted to test the champion a lot. I'm sure there was a lot of testing, but that rank down ticket thing probably took a little bit of development time. Um, Not that I don't think it
Yeah.
was like the hardest
Yeah.
thing ever to make, but
I I uh I saw in the forums that somebody commented about the ring down things, and they were like, "Oh, y'all couldn't do this before." And I don't remember if it was Mike or one of the other guys. They said we directly made this because y'all asked us to, from the willpower nerf, and so that's why it's here.
Oh, did he say that?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I was like, they're starting to get a little angry.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like half of this stuff that's in this is stuff that we, the community, has asked for.
Oh
So I
yeah.
like some of this anger. I know it's just because of Scarlet Witch and Thor, but some of this anger I don't get. I don't get some
Yeah.
of it.
Well, it's yeah. I think what it is too is that like half of the community is asking for something, and the other half is like fighting it or whatever. Um, yeah. It's a crazy dynamic. Yeah. Actually, that's. I don't think there's anything out of the main topic that we didn't talk about, but I'm gonna try to look around because I'm just doing some beginner, just clearing through beginner right now, just so that I can have time to do Dimensional Rifts next weekend. So I'm looking around on the forums to see if there's any posts that I didn't really see. God, there's so many threads being made about this.
Yeah. Are you getting a lot of hashtags Nerf Brian Grants?
No, I got a few.
I
Uh,
got I got a bunch when I first started the stream, and then I saw one a while ago and made me think about it again.
I'm kind of glad, like one day I was really just thinking about going all out and making a Nerf Scarlet Witch video, and I was seriously just gonna like put everything together and go on like a 20-minute rant, just like they need to change this champion already. And I'm kind of glad I didn't because yeah, I'm probably getting the finger pointed at me a bit as it is. I don't think it's that
Yeah,
bad though. I think for the most part people know that it's like not, even though I'm asking for it, it's not like I was directly in control of it.
yeah. I mean, yeah. It's obvious. Like we're not in control of what they do with the champs, and like we haven't. You've had more contact with Kabam, probably more than anybody, because you were there face to face with them at Comic Con. So you've probably had more contact with them than all of the other YouTubers, and I barely get them to respond to me, but you, someone just put in hashtag Brian's fault. But yeah, like you've heard things just being there with them and being around them, that stuff that probably no one's ever heard.
Maybe a little bit. Honestly, I don't talk to them that much. I actually haven't talked to them. I the last time I talked to them was when I told them that my plans to go to GDC, to Game Developers Conference in California, fell through.
Mm.
And before that, I don't remember the last time I talked to them. So I don't, yeah, I don't. It's not like I don't talk to them all that much. But there's definitely some things that were said to me at Comic Con. Things that I don't even remember anymore. So it's, even if I wanted to tell you what they were, I honestly don't know. So yeah. Um, I mean, the thing for me is because I like this game just for the game, and I care less about, you know, Marvel stuff. Even though like I'm starting to care more and more as I play, of course. But um, a lot of the things that they're talking about was just like maybe like some hints at what's to come in the future or something like that. I'm just like I know I don't care about what movie you're trying to line up with, man. Just tell me like about the actual systems that you're adding in the game, and give me some, you know, give me some of that stuff, which they didn't really comment on. So I kind of like
Yeah, like
block out the Marvel side of it.
right. Yeah, cause like I don't know how much they would actually tell me like about like characters and stuff like that. Cause like if I go and ask stuff, that's gonna be like some of the stuff I ask. Like, where did y'all get this idea to use this character in the story? Like, and then who do y'all like? I want to know like what's next. What's the next? That's my thing. Like, I want to know what the next characters are. Like what Trucos
Yeah.
does and getting all that stuff. I'm always like, yes, we got new stuff. We got the new characters. oh, that character's so awesome, and this character did that, and I wonder if they're gonna do that in this game, like all that stuff, like that, like that's what keeps me going in this game, is the characters that keep getting added, and they're characters that I've seen in cartoons and comics and movies, and just like I get excited about all of them, and then like their abilities and what they do and their stories.
Yeah, yeah. Like I mean, as you guys tell me about all the different champions and like just how powerful they are and stuff, like it definitely, you know, I'm a little bit intrigued, you know, like whereas before I was just like I don't care, like I don't know.
Right.
It's definitely a bit more interesting now. Yeah, all right. This is way too hard to sift through all these threads. It's crazy. I just saw a
Yeah.
thread of like someone complaining about Star Lord nerf, and I'm just like, oh, okay, I'm done. I gotta get off the forums. Jeez.
They said to tell you that people are watching SpongeBob because Patrick got nerfed.
Wait, what?
Patrick, people are watching SpongeBob because Patrick got nerfed. I think they're just being dumb, funny.
I might be missing the reference there, or like the if there's an
SpongeBob, you
episode.
know Patrick?
No. I know. Yeah, I know SpongeBob, Patrick. Yeah, but what do they mean they got nerfed?
I don't know. I think they're just they've been like people are just like, oh, this got nerfed, that got nerfed. You know, everything's getting nerfed. Kabam's nerfing everything. Now they nerf Patrick, I guess.
I need to watch some SpongeBob. I haven't watched SpongeBob in a while. Uh, but all right, I think we're out of patch
Yeah, I
notes and
think
stuff
we
to
are
talk
too,
about. So I'm gonna chat it up. I'm gonna answer some stream questions. These guys have been pretty patient.
All right.
So yeah, it was a good talk though, man.
You too,
We'll
man. Yeah, I
we'll
enjoyed it. I
definitely keep
enjoyed it
talking about it.
for sure.
All right, let me block this out. All right, yeah, I'll talk to you later for sure, Frojo.
All right, bye, man.
All right, later. Okay. All right, that was pretty interesting talking. I'm glad that it seems like not everybody hates the update. I know some of you have also expressed that you like the update and stuff like that, um, which is good. Um, how was your birthday? My birthday was good, man. It was good. Just spent time with family, really. Um, don't get a ton of time to see family, not because of the game, but just because, right? So yeah, it was good. Brian Grant, do you think Thor's nerf is a bit harsh, or do you think it's okay? I do think that Thor's nerf is a bit harsh, but we have to see a little bit more of the other stats. We have to see a bit more of the other stats, and I'm fine with them reducing the damage like that, but maybe they have to give him some other kind of thing to balance it out a little bit more. Hey Brian, is it just coincidence that Scarlet Witch is getting nerfed on/near your birthday? Happy B-Day from Kabam. Yeah, man, that was the tweet tonight. It was just like, you know, thanking them as like a birthday present. Yeah. So Brian, did Kabam send you a birthday card with your Scarlet Witch nerf, or was it a surprise present? It was a total surprise, man. Now I'm kind of upset that they didn't get me a card. That'd have been pretty sweet if it was just like, happy birthday, Scarlet Witch is getting nerfed. We're going to announce it later this week or something, you know? I'd be so psyched. Got your third. Science Catalyst? Nice, man. Who are you ranking up? What science champions do you have? I'm not even sure what you have. When was your birthday? Mine was the 14th. So my birthday was about 3 hours ago, the 18th. Yeah, guys, I don't know how much longer I'm going to keep this going. I actually got some decent unit results out of those crystals, though, I think. But I don't know how much longer I'm going to keep the stream going. I'm getting pretty hungry, too, so yeah, kind of want to get some food and do some other things. Plus, I can't even grind arena right now. I'm like too far away to get the to get 3-star Dormammu in the 2-star arena, because I don't feel like staying up that late tonight. Um, I'm gonna go for Dormammu again. Why am I even looking around here? I'm gonna try to go for 4-star Dormammu. But I can't do that arena right now. It's like a waste. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Flood of questions all of a sudden. I think chat was broken for me for a second there. Now I just got hit with like 1,000 questions. Brian Bimini asked, do you ever have trouble with lagging recordings with your software? I've started a Let's Play and can't record fights because it freezes frames. No. No, I actually don't have any issues. I had a little bit of issues when I was using my Samsung device with a different recording software. It was like some Samsung recording software. And I just noticed certain things weren't as responsive. But right now, no, I'm not having any issues. What day is the update coming out? It's coming out on March 1st, which is also the day that, like, I was planning on making a video today talking about the move to Twitch on March 1st. I'm going to have to make that video tomorrow. Because, yeah, all this crazy stuff happening. I'm not even making a video about it. Like, this stream was meant to kind of replace that a little, in a way. I just got a Doctor Strange to kill himself by applying a heal reverse with guillotine and letting it hit me. That's pretty sweet. I don't think I've ever done that before. Abomination, of course. Spider-Man. That's true, actually. You... Who knows what's going to have, like, the highest prestige and stuff like that, right? So, yeah, actually, I guess we'll be waiting. You'll be waiting until March 1st to level 1 up, right? I told her one day I didn't like Mike because he seemed mean, and she popped into like 6 of my threads to hug me that day. Dude, I actually saw that. I saw at least one of the responses. Brian out of Quake, X-23, Guillotine, Electro, Miles Morales, Spider-Man, Ant-Man, Rogue. Who should I use my Awakening Gem on? Well, assuming we don't know what the prestige are, if you're just talking about best champion to use it on, some of those champions really don't need to be awakened, so I would probably go with Quake. Brian said, Kabam, a tweet, thanks for the Scarlet Witch nerf, best birthday gift ever. Well, I sent out like a similar tweet earlier. I didn't say exactly the Scarlet Witch thing. Brian, get busy making before fight videos. Yeah, I am gonna have to go all out for that arena. So yeah, I am gonna have to make some videos. I don't know what videos I'm gonna make though. It'd be interesting. I don't know. Yeah, definitely waited out about the gems. I kind of assumed that you were talking about the gem that we're gonna get out of that update when I even responded. I'm late to the live stream. No worries. I shall begin that ad money grind. No, dude, just stay. Have fun. I doubt I'll be awakening or leveling anything for a while. Even after the update, you don't plan on leveling anything up? At least there's a list of ones getting serious updates so you know what to record. Yeah. I'm still not gonna start the champion guide update though, or like I mean not the update, the champion video guide series because I don't know what the other stats are for the champions. Um, I meant until we know the fallout. Okay, okay. But yeah, so when it comes to the champion guides, I have to know their other stats now. That's actually really important. Even though for the first rounds of guides I'm doing, I think what I'm gonna do for the first round of guides is just tell you how to counter their abilities and stuff like that. Just so it's a little bit shorter, it gives me the ability to put out more videos, and it's what people want the most out of the guides, I think, anyway. So yeah, so maybe I don't need all the stats, but I'm still gonna wait. Brian, we found your real job. You gave too many hints during your chat with Frojo. Read comment above for deets. Alright, let me see what this is. Alright, Brian, the gig is up. We found out your real job. You're the watcher, but you're really bad at your job, so you don't want us to know, and that explains your zero Marvel knowledge. Interesting. I have one thing to say about that, Dachi Dachi. I say nothing. It said, is it said that all these changes, all I care about is the vague arena mention? You don't even care about the potential Act 5? Well, I mean the definite Act 5 coming out on 1 week after the update. We're going to at least be able to look at some of the rewards and stuff, I figure. I imagine we're going to be able to see like the 100% completion rewards. Although that may not be entirely true, I don't know. They should nerf Mystic Dispersion with the new update. I agree. I agree. I don't even know if I would call it a nerf rather than like a fix. Because I really feel like that interaction with dexterity is just bogus. Brian, are they messing with Spider-Man? No. Nope. All these changes, all I care about is the new special animation. That should be pretty interesting. Seeing a couple of those new ones. Questing will do free as you get the time. Don't rush quests ever. Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't know. I'm somewhat in the same boat, but at the same time, because I want to do Labyrinth, I am interested to see what those rewards are like. If we can actually take like a 5-star champion to rank 5 or not. What are your hopes with the new arena changes? Honestly, I don't know. I still like haven't heard a perfect solution to changing up the arenas and stuff like that. I mean, it sounds like they're just adding more arenas to the system, probably similar to what went on with Cable. Um, but I'm not entirely sure. I'm not entirely sure. I never did Alliance War, guys. I didn't want to do Alliance War while talking to Frojo because I wouldn't be able to pay attention. Right, I'm stopping at 20 mil. Think I'm good? I think so. I think the cutoff's going to be like 17.5 to 18 million, Brian Berkey. Not true. This update will fix Spider-Man Evade bug. Did they say I was going to fix Spider-Man Evade bug? I thought they said they're still working on that. Hulk is level 99. Now I've reached 550 him. Yeah. Maybe at least. We'll see. We'll see if it's enough damage. All right. Let me check Alliance Quest real quick. Then I'm going to go into Alliance War. And then I'm probably going to be calling it here. Opening up some crystals. What is this node? Please don't say shields. Ooh. Let's have some fun here, guys. I'm gonna get wrecked. I'm absolutely gonna get wrecked, but let's have some fun. I have nothing else to do in this alliance quest, so let's chip off some damage here. Let's start it out with Doctor Strange. We'll go top to bottom here. Just read a post today saying that evade bug will be fixed. It's part of the whole reason that they needed the whole update. Really? Okay, that's pretty interesting. So yeah, I do of course have the Suicide Masteries, and there is heal block in this fight, so I'm going to be dropping very quickly here. Ugh, I didn't want to get hit there. Ooh, that was bad. Scarlet Witch and Black Widow nerf made impossible to do Realm of Legends for these new and emerging veteran players. There's a lot of ways to do Realm of Legends now. It would have hurt. I mean, it still does hurt to some degree, but there's a lot of ways to get through Realm of Legends without those champions. Even though the Black Widow method for beating Wolverine is still my recommended one, I wouldn't need it now. I needed it back then, but I wouldn't need it now. Oh, come on. Messed up my medium attack dash in. Whew, oh. I messed up my my swipe timing just a little bit. I swiped too early, actually. BG, talk to me about Act 5. We don't know much about it other than the first chapter of Act 5 is coming one... Oh, what? It's coming... I'm messing up like crazy. Is coming 1 week after the update, so March 8th? March 1st is when the update's coming. It is going to heavily involve the Grandmaster and the Collector. And it seems like this is just the start of the war between the two. And that's really all we know. There are some leaked images out there of some other things, but of officially announced by Kabam, that's all we know. And the leaked stuff doesn't have that much info anyway. I'm going to start getting owned real soon here, guys. Real soon. Oh, I didn't mean to dash back. I just wanted to light attack him. Oh well. Alright, got a little bit of chip damage in. Somebody else can finish that out without taking out that final node over there. Alright, Alliance War, then I'm going to pop open some more crystals, and then I'm going to call it for tonight. Going to be considerably harder than Act 4, you think? Oh, absolutely. You know that thingamajig in the MCOC logo? What's that supposed to be? I think they explained it in the story, but I forgot. I honestly have no idea. Brian, when is Hyperion added to Premier Hero Crystal? I'm not sure. I can't remember when he gets added. Oh wow, actually I really can only do a little bit of this war. This node's not even taken out yet. Wow, like no one in my alliance, no one in my battle group has started this war yet. Um, Interesting. Ooh, you know what? Maybe somebody said something in line chat. Let me actually hold off on war. It would only be this one fight right here anyway. So you guys aren't missing much. Technically, I can just go around. I can go around these two guys completely if I wanted to. I could just go around this outside here. Ooh, I wouldn't be able to take out this node though. All right. Anyway, sorry guys. I'm gonna hold off on that until I can check out my alliance's line chat. I am just gonna pop open some end of the night crystals here, and then yeah, I'm gonna get some food afterwards. Act 5 will most likely require you to have rank 4 level 55 5-star champions. Not for the first couple of chapters, I don't think. Have a good night. You're going to be on tomorrow? Yeah, I'll be on. Oh, come on. I was looking away, so I didn't see like exactly when it was slowing down, and I thought I just had 4-star Unstoppable Colossus. Yeah, I'll be on tomorrow, Brian Berkey. I'll be here every night, man. Pretty much every single night. Ah, that killed me, guys. Man. Yeah, actually, I'll hop in Frojo's chat for a little bit. So yeah, if you guys, I'm really bad at responding to other people asking questions in Frojo's chat, but I'll see what I can do. I don't know. I'll hop in Frojo's stream after this. Yeah, let's do that. I'll give you guys a link to his stream if you're not already familiar with Frojo. Frojo was the person I was talking to earlier. Hopefully you guys got that. I saw some people asking, I saw some people answering, but seems like some of you maybe didn't know still. Units, more units? Yes. Yes, 45. Let me go and find Frojo's stream here. I wanna open up a different way than I normally open it up to give the gaming link here. So give me 1 second. Or maybe I just have to go about it the other way. Let me mute this as fast as I possibly can here. Okay, cool, got it. Or maybe I should just give you guys the regular link and let you guys decide. Yeah, I'll do that. You guys can decide whichever mode you want to go into. I'll link it as soon as I pop open the last crystal here. Too slow, I was toolboxing. Oh yeah, you relinked it, alright. Alright, so yeah, Drop Faith linked it for Frojo's stream. I'm gonna hang out on there a bit afterwards. I'm gonna make some food, so I'm not gonna be there for like the first 5 or 10 minutes or so, but yeah, I'll be in there for a bit. I am gonna go to sleep at a normal hour tonight though, so I'm not gonna be staying for too long. Been in Frojo's stream for like 6 hours. Nice. Last crystal. Give me that new Punisher. Units, 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 units. All gold. Wow, okay. Actually, my gold is getting a little bit low, so I don't even mind the gold so much right now. And I will take those 45 units. Very happy with that. Dicer's not even here. He is very clearly out of the doghouse. Who do you think is the new best Cosmic Champ? I say Symbiote Spider-Man. It's hard to say. I don't know. I actually think that Black Bolt is really good. And they're giving Black Bolt a little bit of a buff. I don't know what his armor break is. I don't know. I don't know. Cosmic Champion, it's hard for me to say without Thor being the top dog. Hyperion seems like an interesting champion. Ms. Marvels, they're pretty good. Phoenix, I don't know anything about Phoenix. And what was Ronan? Ronan also can arguably be the best, but it really depends on the situation for him, right? Plans for Labyrinth? I'm gonna do Labyrinth. I still need the right champion. That's all. Okay. Let me give you guys the link to Frojo's stream. Again. Boom. There's Frojo's stream. And yeah, thanks for coming and hanging out tonight, guys. Hopefully it was a bit interesting talking about the changes and stuff like that. And I will be back tomorrow with videos and more live streaming, of course. I will be going for at least 500 4-star shards in tomorrow's arena. Undecided if I want to go for 1,000 since I am going to be hitting it pretty hard going for Dormammu. I want to get Dormammu, guys. But yeah, I will see you guys in Frojo's stream then. Hey Brian, you're my favorite streamer. Thanks, Zach.